Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party, home of the $400 per month per U.S. adult plan. Coming up in 2020, we hope to be able to deliver an amazing offer for every American citizen that will not only eliminate welfare, but also eliminate the funding America pays out to non-U.S. citizens in America. This is a draw that brings immigrants in, and Donald Trump hasn't stopped any of that. We're going to try to do that and get more Americans more money. Even if you have nothing wrong with the money you have right now and you want more, this is a great way to stockpile a little extra money. It's going to have no barriers, no financial requirements, no 6-month monthly checkups like we have with food stamps and welfare right now. But we are basically delivering something that's already being done in the Netherlands and Finland. People are getting money from their government to survive. The goal is to get just enough to give people enough to feed themselves and eat, not to make themselves rich necessarily. We do want to help trigger the retail sector and the service sector. Those parts of our economy are really ailing under the 8 years of Obama, 8 years of George W. Bush, and another serious problem with Trump is he doesn't really address homelessness. He doesn't really address the problems of people being evicted from their homes, foreclosures. We have plans to fix homes up and provide jobs at the same time. That's our homestead renewal plan. And it's a great way to save the foreclosed properties that are sitting out there right now unoccupied. With 18 million homes that are completely foreclosed upon right now and 4 million homeless people, we got a serious problem. A big disconnect that our government is not addressing. So we have this great program called the Homestead Renewal Plan, which I'm glad that Trump hasn't stolen this idea. Along with the solar rooftop revolution is one of the ways we're going to generate jobs in your everyday area. $10 an hour to start, up to $20 an hour to install solar panels. All these things are possible. So we are live in our chat room at Vaughn. And we're picking up information from people on a constant basis. People are giving me their opinions. We're flowing at such a fast rate, it seems like the past few months have been suppressed at this network, and now all of a sudden it's flowing. Isn't that interesting? I heard that Trump wants to use Greyhound therapy to deport all illegals. Yeah, this is exactly what Ronald Reagan did back in the 60s when he was governor of California. And it's extremely concerning to all of us that this type of behavior, sending people on a Greyhound bus, is not going to help. You know, remember that guy up in Canada that ended up decapitating somebody sitting next to him on a Greyhound bus? Remember that guy? Yeah, he ended up decapitating his person sitting next to him, and he started eating his head. Yeah. Well, that person's being released. He was found mentally completely insane, and he served some time in a mental hospital, and now Canada is releasing him. After severing a man's head sitting next to him on a Greyhound bus and eating it, he's now getting out, and he's going to be released on his own recognizance. They said he was having medication issues. Can you imagine releasing somebody who chopped off somebody's head with a standard knife and ate it? And they're releasing him now. So yeah, I don't think Greyhound therapy is the way to go. You put mental patients on Greyhounds, you put illegals on Greyhounds, you put all kinds of people on Greyhounds, and guess what? Greyhounds are going to be a terrible form of transportation. It's one way to destroy an industry, and if Trump's trying to do that, he doesn't care about America. He just wants to make the problem go away. I know. I don't believe that anybody monitoring or censoring our show has jurisdiction anywhere in the world. I don't believe that anyone should stifle the free speech of people on networks like this. When I become president, I'm going to be putting together a task force at the FCC to make sure that all broadcast channels are not censored. And there will be stiff penalties if you do censor a broadcast channel. And that includes people on the internet, because the FCC now oversees the internet as a utility. So the same laws apply to broadcast channels and television, public airways, as they do the internet. And that will definitely be a plan when I become president. The goal is to get people like you, average people, some time even on regular networks. ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, Fox, they all have blank spots at 1 in the morning to 5 in the morning where you could submit a tape. And in order for the FCC to accept these licensings, these big networks would have to, accept 5-minute feeds from people and put them on the air. And we have adequate software available now that can screen for bad words and block them out, or just reject the tape because there's too much foul language, obscenity. All right. You want to annex Texas? Really? That's just not something I want to do. Yeah, JT Rig is like Echelon on an international basis. Yes, North Korea is demanding that Malaysia stop investigating the Kim Jong-nam death. And this story just came in. It's kind of interesting. MSNBC anchor says, our job is to control exactly what people think. Now, this really is the problem with the networks. They feel that they have to create the talking points for all of us to talk about and then stifle and censor anybody who doesn't agree. Let's listen to this.
He's doing, what are you so surprised about? He's doing exactly what he said he's going to do.
Well, and I think that the dangerous, edges here are that he's trying to undermine the media, trying to make up his own facts. And it could be that while unemployment and the economy worsens, he could have undermined the messaging so much that he can actually control exactly what people think. And that is our job.
There you have it. So we'll see what that's all about in just a bit. Here's the story on North Korea. Yep, I'm just looking at it for the first time. Half-brother of North Korean leader Kim Jong-nam. Oh, this is film of him being poisoned. See how the woman grabbed right up from behind him and put something over his face. See that? Yeah. And North Korea believes that this story needs to go away. They're seeking 4 Koreans.
Could you confirm that, one of them, or maybe both of them, are saying that they're just shooting the Japanese TV program or something like that?
We don't think so, because we strongly believe there have been it is a planned thing, and they are being trained to do that.
Attempts were made to break into the morgue where Kim's body is being held.
앞으로 수사 결과 등을 지켜봐야 하겠지만 이번 사건의 배후가 북한 정권임이
It is becoming clear that the North Korean regime was behind the assassination.
And at the moment, we cannot trust the investigation by the Malaysian police, even though its result would be obtained. It only increases the doubt that there would be someone else's hand behind the investigation.
Well, I don't see how beneficial it is to stifle an investigation. I mean, we should have investigations into Pizzagate. We shouldn't have CEOs of Twitter and Reddit saying you can't talk about it. Similarly, I think investigating all the different players in the North Korean attack on Kim Jong-nam has really a serious overtone. If he wanted to kill his brother so bad, and he attempted to do so a few years back, and he put these teams of people out there to kill, this person, and now he doesn't want to talk about it, you can only imagine how messed up this is. Yeah. A guy who is obviously a little insecure with his position as leader would do that. And I don't think he wants to be known as a person insecure about his position as leader. When you have to kill all your enemies and you can't rest on your own laurels, that's a sign of insecurity, I'm sorry to say. But I'm not living in North Korea, thank goodness. And I know a lot of people who have family there, who are living in South Korea, are still wondering if we're going to broach that separation, that divide that's been long-standing between the U.S. and North Korea. China hasn't even talked to North Korea. President of China, Xi, has not contacted Kim Jong-un, made no overtures. They stopped buying coal after this event happened. And North Korea relies on the sales of coal to China in order to survive economically. So things are kind of changing. The dimension of where North Korea will go from here really remains to be seen. I hope to open a discussion at least toward some goal of at least lowering the concern of violence and aggression that North Korea believes that they have against them. I will tell the leader of North Korea that we're not going to ever invade by ground. Our country will never invade their country by ground. And it should at least give them a sense that, we're at least trying to make them understand we're not their big enemy that they think they have here. All right, let's talk about other things. Obviously, Iran will have a nuclear weapon or already has a nuclear weapon. They have the ability to have a nuclear weapon now. So it's really not a question of if, it's a question of when will they announce to the world that they have created this nuclear weapon. As you can see, my viewership has skyrocketed worldwide, and for good reason. The American people really need a new direction, and we're offering kind of a sense of hope, not only to our people here in America, but to people around the world, that we will no longer be representing the New World Order, Kissinger's plan to dominate countries all around the world with economic hits will become a thing of the past. A third party emerging in this coming up election year will ultimately tell the world that America is finally changing the guards. Basically, a new face on American foreign policy will be ushered forward, and people from around the world will know that we're no longer going to pursue those tracks. We're no longer supporting a new world order like we have under the two-party system. And that's something I hope to articulate to all the American people who have been wondering, where are the American jobs? Well, they've never been here because the New World Order wants people around the world to be exploited. They don't want to hire American citizens doing things. Okay, so now Donald Trump is claiming a direct contradiction to what the Kremlin has said and foreign ambassador to Russia has said. Yeah, and that person, by the way, is dead now. The foreign ambassador, Russian foreign ambassador to the UN, is now dead. So I guess dead people don't talk about what happened prior. But Donald Trump's claims his team did not contact Russia during the campaign, which contradicted what the Kremlin officials told us that they were in touch. So Donald Trump is in a world of crap. Lying about lying. I don't even want to let him talk right now. I'm going to try to hold this back if I can. You guys are talking about transgenderism. That's trending in our show. I don't really understand why there's so much emphasis by our government to allow or encourage people to become transgenders. Psychologists say that this is a mental problem, that they're self-injurious, that they have a higher incidence of suicide, 20 times higher than the normative population. Don't ever make a statement like that. That's very derogatory and insulting. Yeah. Having to deal with trolls in our show. If Trump is really lying every day and stating mistruths every day, which he seems to be doing, he seems to be a pathological person of some sort. And psychologists, a top psychologist at Johns Hopkins University has said that he is suffering from what is called malignant narcissism, that no one can possibly be cured of this disease. He's permanently afflicted with malignant narcissism. So that would explain the pathological lying behavior. Look, if you think that every president in history has lied, then you want to make sure that every other president in the future wants to lie too? I don't get that. You're looking for a liar as a president? You're not looking for an honest man? Is that what I'm getting from some of you people? I know, and this person broke the rule, the Goldwater rule, of having a psychologist analyze somebody from a distance. But he did it because he fears for our country. He fears for our nation because he knows the signs of malignant narcissism and how dangerous it can be. Oh, I don't love your president. Your president is a total asshole. And you are too, if you really like this guy. Thank you. I know you are. I know you're jealous of Sarah, Potato Girl. I know. I can't help you with your jealousy. I think about that quite often. But yeah, some of you people who really have aligned your thinking with this asshole, obviously are assholes. And I use that word in the pejorative sense, because it really is a real word you can use because it has a function. Words that have a function are not censored in America. So hopefully many of you understand where I'm coming from when I see this person as a corrupt corporate pig who has simply created an even bigger swamp with 5 billionaires, sold cabinet positions like the one he sold to Betsy DeVos for $9.5 million in campaign donations, which, by the way, is completely illegal. And when the government's going to prosecute Donald Trump for bribery charges, I don't know. I mean, Rod Blagojevich was serving 3 years in jail right now for doing the same thing. I only ban people that are hardcore slanderers. Well, I had to call the people that support Donald Trump. It's not a lot of people. Only about 22 million people actually voted for Donald Trump. But they voted in key states that controlled the election. I believe vote rigging went on. I believe that some of the votes were thrown out with minority names like Garcia for Mexicans, Washington for black people, Lee for Asian people. If you look at all those people with those names thrown out of the vote count, you definitely see it slanted toward Donald Trump. Yeah. So I believe that Donald Trump was complicit and was in contact with Russia, just like Russia said. So Donald Trump is contradicting the Russian ambassador when he said that they were in touch with Russia, with Trump's campaign prior to the election. Okay, there's things heating up at the Dakota Access Pipeline right now. Yeah, pipeline protesters set fires ahead of the camp closing. They're trying to make it illegal to protest in this region and stop the destruction of the environment. America is great. I can help you rediscover the greatness of America. I never sent Connie to Hawaii. She went on her own. Now, calling me names is really, that's slander, so I do ban those things. And anybody who makes ridiculous comments about me, also I ban. I'm not banning everybody, no. I even let you keep your chat there. 5 weeks since his inauguration, the president has already spent 3 weekends at Mar-a-Lago retreat, costing taxpayers a total of $13 million. No, excuse me, up to $10 million. Well, this is...
Well, tensions running high at the pipeline protest camp in North Dakota. Activists setting a huge fire as they fight to stay with a deadline to clear the site just hours away. National correspondent William LaJeunesse is live for us in Cannonball, North Dakota. William, what is going on here?
Well, Abby, let me tell you, the fire that you see in the distance, those are intentionally set. The idea being that it will be easier to take those things out as ash than a bulldozer and a dump truck. But, you know, the protesters here, they lost when Donald Trump won. Donald Trump, of course, approved the pipeline that President Obama had halted. And that means, for all intents and purposes, the protest is over. And both the governor as well as the Standing Rock Sioux tribe have told the protesters to go home. It is over. The governor has an emergency evacuation order that takes effect today at 2 p.m. Now, two interesting caveats. There is going to be an amnesty bus. So protesters will be offered to get on that bus. They'll go to a transition center. We'll get a voucher for a hotel night and a bus ticket anywhere in the United States. Secondly, there'll be a ceremonial arrest for those individuals who want to be able to tell their friends that they were arrested, get a photo taken, put it on their social media sites. The cops will accommodate them for the next several days. Now, for the hardcore guys who want to be charged with a crime, we spoke to some of them. They said, well, we lost the war, but we don't regret the fight.
I'm terribly sad. I'm terribly sad. You know, It's not just a pipeline thing. You know, these people have been pushed around for centuries, right? They've been trampled over, you know.
Exactly. And, you know, the water protectors actually want to save the water. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but we've got very little to understand about Trump. He denies that there's climate change going on. He denies that there's a drought in California. Well, of course, there's no drought in California now. It's at flood stage. He doesn't acknowledge geoengineering, which is going on right in front of our face. So we have a lot of problems with Trump. Environmental issues are just the beginning. Well, we will ban Whirlwind in just a bit, yeah. But I respect the Native Americans who are sitting there and camped out there, and I would certainly get them to present ombudsmen who could go step forward and be the true water protectors and watch the entire environmental process take place where we actually fix this. Whereas Trump just he's gonna mow them over. They've got new laws in North Dakota saying you can run people over legally. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of weird. All right, this story just popped in the room. Wyoming. Woman steals from man in Walker.
They say that it happened on Friday. Just before 5 p.m., a 66-year-old man walked into the Burger King and put a $50 bill onto the counter paying for his meal. Now, a woman who was standing next to him, presumably waiting for her order, saw that money, grabbed it, and a struggle ensued, but he was not able to grab that money back. She pushed him away and ran out of the store with his money. Now, police are describing that suspect as a woman, 40 to 50 years old. She was last seen wearing all black. Thankfully, the man who uses a walker to steady himself was not injured. We're live in the concourse section of the Bronx. Magdalena Doris, CBS 2 News.
Yeah, robbing from the infirmed is not something that is brand new. It happens a lot. They're seen as weaker than other people. And that shows you how weird the economy is. I know. We have a problem with invading countries, and I told you we need to get a different approach. What we've been doing over the many years has been seeding wars around the world, and the reason is our economy relies on weapons manufacturing. I know that seems pretty pathetic, but it's true. And a lot of other countries like to buy our weapons. So that's one of the reasons why our economy is still very strong, even though obviously China has a very strong manufacturing economy as well. I'm calling America great because we, as Americans, are great. Our country's not great in some ways. We've made big mistakes. But the American people, they never wanted to start wars around the world. They didn't want to create weapons. The American people are great. And they're willing to dig deep into their pockets just to help other countries around the world. And we've done that for many, many years. We've been giving a huge amount of money left and right in foreign donations. $55 billion per year to be exact. We'd like to cut back on that. We'd also like to give certain countries more money, like Eastern European bloc countries. Under my leadership, we will. We'll also cut back some of the countries that don't deserve it, like the Philippines. They get $200 million a year right now under Trump and under Obama and George W. Bush. That money is going into the hands of a man who likes to kill people. That's not something I would ever allow. No, guests are not off yet, but bear in mind, shutting guests off doesn't in any way inhibit what's happening. These people come in the show and they basically, like to talk. So it's really important to know that if we let people talk, they have a sense of freedom. All right? No, it's not off yet. Now, the U.S. Constitution is not even being adhered to. If you call it a lie, you can call it whatever you want. The U.S. Constitution is a debt note that manages a debt. If you look up the word constitutor in Black's Legal Dictionary, it says it means debtor. Our country created the Constitution originally with no Bill of Rights. It was just a restructuring of the debt note is what it was. Well, I tried to talk to Mark about getting to the bottom of it, but clearly there's a lot of censorship that he's not aware of. So since he's not willing to check on it, I guess he's complicit. The cast is all janky. Go back to your old settings. Are you people seeing lag on your end? Are you getting kind of interrupted? Because he had me reset my settings and I told him these don't work. Took you 5 minutes and 3 refreshes. Everyone's going good? Okay, so apparently we've got good allocation. Our signal is clean. All right, good. You're getting some cam stutter and lag. Well, it's not on my end. It was laggy before, but not anymore. I love the Constitution, yeah. I don't believe Donald Trump even understands the Constitution. The way he wants to trample freedom of speech, telling Muslims that they have to be ID'd, is an example of how he doesn't even understand what this country is founded on. It was predicated on freedom of religion, which is inherent in freedom of speech. So very strange the way Donald Trump put his hand on the Constitution and on the Bible, rather, the very Bible that was read when actually invoked when Abraham Lincoln was president. It just seems to me this man isn't worth it. He doesn't have what it takes to really understand how hard the American people fought for this freedom and how we should never take it away from anybody, even if they are Muslim. Now, I'm not an apologist for Muslims. I really have a strong attitude of no refugee policy, no matter who you are, whether you're Muslim, Christian, or whatever. If you're coming in here illegally, I don't want you to come in here. That's where I came up with a no refugee policy. But Trump completely bastardized it into an anger toward Muslim people. I want to stop jihadism at its root, which is the encampments that breed it. So we've got places in the country that need to be dealt with special forces, but not average people sitting in their home being rousted by ICE right now. Now, across the country, you're seeing the immigration authorities going door to door in certain areas. Yeah, it's not good. It's disturbing. And that's not something we want to continue seeing. I will stop any deportation forces that Donald Trump puts in operation. I don't believe we should have deportation forces. Pence said that would never happen. Well, Pence lied. Because right now, DHS is building a 100,000 person team of National Guards members to go door to door. I have a major lag now. Interesting. A lot of people are worried about the illegals in America, but if we go door to door and start deporting them, that's no way to stop this problem. It's going to create pandemonium. The best way to deal with the deportation issue is to have people just lose their jobs because they're illegals. And anyone who hires illegals is prosecuted with a felony. That alone will keep people from coming in the country, and they'll know that they can't get a job here, so they'll just go back to their home country. But we have another plan called Fast Track Naturalization, where they can become a U.S. citizen overseas at our U.S. embassies. And this is a unique plan that we created that has never been employed across the nation. We wouldn't give people a message saying, yeah, come on into our country, easy amnesty like Obama did. Hello, guest 862 says, good evening, Dave. This is a plan where people are urged to go home to become a U.S. citizen. Yep, the price of vegetables and fruit will skyrocket if these deportation forces are put in place. And Donald Trump himself hired illegals, yeah. And here's the irony, the sad truth. Donald Trump has gone out of his way to ask for more immigrants to become part of his vineyard process. He has Trump wine and he has a vineyard, and he's asking for 23 more green cards for his vineyard. All the while trying to deport people door to door. It's crazy. I don't think his team is strong. I think they're mentally weak. Well, for one, Whirlwind has been warned, and I'm going to give him a mute now. And if he continues, I'll ban him. Okay? How's that for answering? Good evening. Welcome. All right. Big problem, like I said. Picking Betsy DeVos and having her donate nearly $900,000 to the senators who confirmed her confirmation, or helped her in confirmation, is a classic sign of bribery. So Donald Trump has committed has violated anti-bribery laws, and will probably have to face the music on that level as well. DeVos gave $9.5 million to his campaign and $200 million to the Republican National Committee. Really, really messed up. And I believe that this is a smoking gun right there, and will be enough for our country to actually see the ouster of Donald Trump. But if you want to look at the Logan Act, we might even have that to back this up as well. Okay, I'm bringing up stories here. Wasteful spending seems to be par for the course for Donald Trump. Now he's spent, I heard, $13 million on traveling expenses so far. Big mistake spending all that money up front, because it's showing people this guy is just going to waste more money than even Obama, which is crazy. Cost of a job in the Trump's administration, $200 million. I wouldn't doubt that. And if he's selling these jobs, it's a clear case of bribery, and we can prosecute. Okay. Mall Cop has an interesting video. So has Putin detonated a nuke? According to some U.S. experts, they sent a specialist nuke sniffer plane to the U.K. as a radiation spike sparks fears Putin has tested nuclear weapons in the Arctic. Interesting. Wow. Okay, and then the story about how we're all just a number. A birth certificate applies that we are just numbers to these people, that they can buy and sell us. Thanks for that video. I'll play it later tonight. There's the Logan Act. Yeah, there it is. Okay, now, we had a conversation earlier from Mark Vaughn of this network, and I got to tell you, I'm not at all 100% clear that he's 100%. I don't know. Maybe he's unaware of what's happening, but he claims that we have no VIP capacity servers hitting our people who come into this chat room, that he never ever censors people. He claims that that's just not happening, that we have to reach a threshold of 250 viewers on this network in order for that to kick in. Yet I'm getting from all these people saying they get nothing but capacity server issues, and they have to hit refresh all the time. Thank you. It could be the Fukushima is causing spikes in radiation around the world. That's a possibility. The exceedingly high levels of Fukushima in reactor number 2 are now registering 650 sieverts, higher than last week of 570. This sievert level is, the radiation level is measured, 4 sieverts is deadly. But 650 sieverts, that'll boil you alive. You'll be dead in seconds. It'll bubble you. So there's a lot of concern that the radiation coming from Fukushima may be contributing to a lot of this background radiation. Either way, our government hasn't done anything, really, to do anything to stop it. Donald Trump stole one of my ideas last week, and he was talking to Netanyahu about my idea, the mountain system, claiming it was his. You see what I'm dealing with? A guy who's pathologically stealing ideas just to get noticed. But I just want this problem with radiation to be fixed. The radiation disaster is very deep. We don't even know how deep. It's in the groundwater. Swedish workers could be given sex breaks to improve well-being. And that's special. In Sweden, we give you the sex breaks. Yeah, they take a moment for the sex for relaxation. Radioactive borers found in the Czech forest 31 years after Chernobyl. Yeah, I know, it's serious. I do eat flaxseed, yeah, but I make sure that I grind them up in a grinder. It's very important you grind that stuff up. No, I was talking about a mound system and a carrier blocking the play. Yeah, I have a full mound system and carrier blockage of the bay. If you haven't seen my answer to Fukushima, it's been published on Twitter back in 2011, I believe. So Donald Trump is willingly plagiarizing me from 2011. Bizarre. You have not had sex in 10 years. Okay, thanks for sharing. A little TMI on that, though. Well, if you move to Sweden, you can have a sex every time you have a lunch break. All right, we have noticed you are using an ad blocker. Ja, det gör jag. Vill du också ha kaffe? Vill du också ha sexa? Only if he pitches at the exact same time way you did. Yes, wait, exactly, exact same diagrams, everything. Noam, I think you're done. We figured out who you are in the show, so we're going to take you down. We are being stalked by a guy who's virtually a libelous stalker. And he comes in under different names every night. And I have to figure out what his name is. So I eventually ban him. I don't imagine talking about anybody on our show. If people are getting emails directly from Trump, it's because Trump is trying to stop me. And the only way he knows how is to go into this network and try to, tell people that I'm a bad person or something. Or whatever. I've heard lots of weird things. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't really click on LA Times from that browser. David, as a VIP, I apologize for interrupting your flow. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Scissorfight has a link here from the LA Times. Let me open it up in a different browser. Ad blocker lingers at the Firefox browser, and that just doesn't seem to work right. We've got millions of watching on UHF right now. Big news this past week, the ambassador to the UN for Russia died, allegedly. But Russia doesn't know how it happened, and no one's seen any proof that he's dead. Vitaly Churkin, the tough-talking Russian ambassador to the UN.
A moment of silence at the United Nations today, marking the sudden death of Russia's ambassador Vitaly Churkin. Russian President Vladimir Putin said to be deeply upset by Churkin's passing. 30 years ago, Churkin was the first Russian diplomat to testify before Congress, defending the then USSR's handling of the Chernobyl nuclear accident.
No harm was done, real harm.
Most recently, brushing back criticism of Russia's role in Syria after former UN Ambassador Samantha Power's passionate speech.
Built her statement as if she was Mother Teresa.
In 2015, Churkin privately described Putin's administration as a kleptocracy to Tom Brokaw, but publicly defended his policy. His death coming the day before his 65th birthday might ignite suspicion.
I think we should think about him and what a great diplomat he was, but I think it does reflect a kind of moment that we're in, given that there's been some mysterious deaths in Russia recently, that people want to run to that kind of explanation.
Those suspicious deaths include Boris Nemtsov and Alexander Litvinenko, both vocal critics of Putin, something Churkin never was. Remembering a son of Russia through the lens of his time. Ann Thompson, NBC News, New York.
All right. Well, yeah, I don't think he really...
As Secretary of State Rex Tillerson and Secretary of Homeland Security...
I don't think he was being very favorable of Putin when he said that Putin was running a kleptocracy. So I didn't really understand that tone of that statement. But again, if this man died, I'm very sorry for Russia, but where's the proof? Yeah, where's the proof? Same with the Russian ambassador to Turkey, and when he died, it looked very, very suspicious, like it was a fake event. Yeah, like people were being created to die so that we would feel sympathetic about Russia, when we know now that Russia has hacked our election. Donald Trump is denying that he spoke to the Russians prior to the election, even though he said he knew that General Flynn was in touch with the Russians prior to the election. He didn't fire General Flynn. General Flynn completely resigned. And some people believe that General Flynn resigned because he knew about the pedophile networks in Washington, D.C. There's a lot of stories that are permeating about that, because remember, Flynn's son was fired by Donald Trump because he simply talked about Pizzagate. He merely wanted to mention something about Pizzagate, and Donald wouldn't talk about it. Well, the world is watching in America as we try to censor the word Pizzagate, when in fact it belies a deeper, more sinister plan to hide the pedophile network in D.C. and in Hollywood. And without any type of serious effort by our FBI to stop the bigwigs in this weird pedophile ring world, we believe that these people at the FBI are complicit. They're part of this network. That's all I can assume. And Donald Trump kept James Comey on. And it looks to me like he's keeping him on as payback for helping Hillary. That's right, rather helping Donald beat Hillary. The whole thing is so complicated and weird and twisted. James Comey knew about the dossier of the sex tapes in Russia that Trump denies exists. He knew about this 5 months in advance of the election. He claimed that he was opening up an investigation into Hillary, James Comey did, 5 days before the election, which clearly influenced the election. So in my opinion, James Comey should step down. He has made huge errors, and he definitely is a kingpin of some sort in hiding and preventing fair election results from getting to the American people. And hiding information about Trump is very, very serious. Okay, the AP has just announced that Trump's administration has lifted the transgender bathroom guidance laws that the Obama administration put together, federal guidelines that have been characterized by the Republicans as an example of overreach. Well, that's good. I've always felt that the transgender guidelines were a complete waste of time and effort by Obama. And this constant obsession with transgenderism at the federal level, to me, is bizarre. I don't understand why we would be focused on such idiotic things as transgenderism. Okay. Jack Stephen and David Bowie have a different big age difference, sure. But again, David Bowie looked pretty good when he died, so I very much think that David Bowie is still alive, pretending to be Jack Stephen. Whatever happened to the real Jack Stephen, I don't know. He's about 56 years old. All right, we've got a nice thing happening tonight. People watching, finally. Address to Mark, chat buffers. Sometimes this can't get enter here for minutes. Right. We know. And I said it numerous times to Mark, and he kept laughing. He said, we're not doing that. He's denying it categorically that he has all these capacity server issues on our site. No, Jack Stevens is the real Jack Stevens is long gone. Bowie took his place. Yeah, and Bowie had one of the best years ever. By dying, or allegedly dying, he sold more records than ever before. It's amazing how much Black Stars brought in. And this is a tactic the Illuminati has with stars that they've milked for years, like David Bowie. The profit that they make from these people continues on even after their death or alleged death. David Bowie and Jack Stevens, same person now. Yeah, I'm convinced of it. It is a theory, but I'm still convinced of it. Mexican man kills himself after being deported from the United States. Wow, what a tragic story that is. Terrible. Okay, let me see if I can pull that article from the LA Times up. A Mexican man has killed himself. That's the same story. He leaped to his death at the border minutes after deportation. This is the BBC story as well that covers it. Guadalupe Olivas Valencia, 45, jumped from a bridge to the border after he was deported for the third time. He was found unconscious next to a plastic bag with his belongings and died in a hospital a short while later. Wow. That's what the story was from the LA Times. Yep. It's being investigated as a suicide. Well, Donald, your plan is really, really screwed up. by deporting people and making people live in fear. Now families all across the country are wondering if ICE will arrive at their house tonight. Yes, thank you. I did do a good job with Mark, even though I disagree with him on the censorship issue. I'm trying to, let him explain to us why we have such capacity issues with our show. David, Adele says, do you agree that the USA is now controlled by Ashkenazi Jews? Yes, I do. Ashkenazi Jews, like Adolf Hitler was Jewish, Ashkenazi. That's where the word Nazi came from. They're part of our government. The shadow government that we're concerned about, these corrupt people, are the ones that embedded in our country's government back in the 30s and now continue to ramp up and make laws that are just strictly out of Nazi Germany. There's no other way to describe it, like this deportation force attack that's going on. I am an anti-Zionist, unlike Donald Trump, and I think all of you are here for that reason. You don't want to be a Zionist. You don't want to endorse an illegal group of individuals from other countries controlling our country. So that's something I'm against, Zionism. I know you're naturally, well, you're an Ashkenazi. Sunchild is just by birthright Ashkenazi. Yeah. No, I don't think Mystify is doing anything bad at all. But we're going to make sure 419 stops attacking him by banning you. Thank you, Mystify. I appreciate it. Sorry for the hassles you're encountering. So Sarah's here. She's going to talk to you guys about
World History Wednesday.
World History Wednesday. We upload the full show to YouTube. At 6 o'clock we start recording, and it's playing there live right now.
I didn't realize Mystify Me is a woman.
You're welcome. Yes, Mystify. I was at a blanket primary a few years ago in 2014. The Democrats and Republicans stole 90% of my signs. They cheated to beat me. I'm dealing with corruption at the local level. It's all over the country. But it's... That's it right there. Yep. 200 rioters indicted on felony rioting charges from Inauguration Day. They're going to be serving up to 3 years in jail and pay up to $25,000 fines. Is that right? Let's take a look. 214 people. Oh, up to 10 years in jail and a fine up to $25,000. Wow. That's pathetic. And all they were doing was oftentimes gathering in one location. I'm not sure if these are the ones that were setting fires to cars or not, so I don't have the specifics on that. But yeah, pretty sad indeed that these people are now facing charges for simply assembling in America. Trump lured the people, like claiming he would drain the swamp. Good point. Yep, and he filled the swamp up with even bigger reptiles and anacondas. Nope, Sarah didn't steal my signs. She was watching me as I kept putting new signs up. I was feverishly making signs during that time period every day. I made 150 signs and 90% of them were stolen before the election.
Hey, Carpet Dog, good job.
Okay, I'm going to step out, get a little dinner started. You guys can hang out with Sarah, and she's going to teach you cultural literacy from her book. Sarah can link you to YouTube. I don't know.
I just posted it.
Okay, she just posted our link to YouTube, folks. Third party on YouTube, live. Check it out. Thank you. You're way on top of it. All right, I'll be back. Thank you. Yes, you are.
So awesome. But by the way, I usually watch the chat over at Vaughn Live, just because I do like Vaughn Live. So, all right. Ready for some cultural literacy, world history trivia tonight. World History Wednesday. I don't know what that is, ATP fan. Do I even want to know? Do I want to? Probably not. Yeah, David created a blackface video in order to do some impersonation of Obama. That's what that was. Not a very good one. All right. And somebody obviously photoshopped that too. All right. Who is the present Queen of Britain? Her husband is Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, and the eldest of her 4 children is Prince Charles, the Prince of Wales. Good job. 150 has it first. Good job. All right. Since Elizabeth became Queen, Elizabeth II, in 1952, dozens of nations formerly possessions of Britain have actually become independent. All right. Next. Sorry. Who was a German socialist of the 19th century who collaborated with Karl Marx on the Communist Manifesto and Das Kapital? (698) has it correct, or pretty close. Friedrich Engels. Okay, thanks, small cop. Some of the trivia questions are dark, but I never mix in any of those. You know I'm super nice. I agree with you, exam. All right. Friedrich Engels was the answer to that question. Yeah, recorded. You can record me, sure. All right. What was an intellectual movement of the 17th and 18th centuries marked by a celebration of the powers of human reason, a keen interest in science, the promotion of religious toleration, and a desire to construct governments free of tyranny? Misanthropy has it correct. Enlightenment. So does Senate Child 196. Enlightenment. Some of the major figures of the Enlightenment were David Hume, Immanuel Kant, Jean Locke, the Baron de Montesquieu, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, and Voltaire. How do I get in the live filter on YouTube, Reptoid? I'm not a very good person on YouTube, so do you know how to do that? I mean, do I have to go into every single show and You have no idea how to do it. All right. Sorry. If you find out, let me know. I don't think so. 128. Yes, Kant, correct. 128. All right. What are the islands in the South Atlantic Ocean located near Argentina but are owned by Britain? Argentina has long claimed title to the islands and seized them in 1982. Falkland Islands is correct. Good job. David's not in the swim spot taking calls. Reptoid, did you have a technical question? If it was a question about YouTube, I'm not as technical as I should be. You love Camo the cat, a tortoiseshell cat, Amber's tortoiseshell. Britain retook the Falkland Islands after a brief war in the 1980s. I know, 128, there are some fast typers in here. If you get the answer before I answer it, consider yourself awesome. Oh, is that what happened, 797? I know. It's a pretty cool book, Misanthropy. No, but thank you for asking, 440. What is a system of government that flourished in Europe from the 1920s to the end of World War II? Germany under Adolf Hitler, Italy under Mussolini, and Spain under Franco were all these types of states. "191 has it, Two Eyes Cyclops has it, Process Bird has it. Fascism is the answer. As a rule, fascist governments are dominated by a dictator who usually possesses a magnetic personality, wears a showy uniform, and rallies his followers by mass parades, appeals to strident nationalism, and promotes suspicion or hatred of both foreigners and impure people within his own nation, such as the Jews in Germany. Although both communism and fascism are forms of totalitarianism, fascism does not demand state ownership of the means of production, nor is fascism committed to the achievement of economic equality. In theory, communism opposes the identification of government with a single charismatic leader, like the cult of personality, which is the cornerstone of fascism. Whereas communists are considered left-wing, fascists are usually described as right-wing. Today, the term fascist is used loosely to refer to military dictatorships, as well as governments or individuals that profess racism and that act in an arbitrary, high-handed manner. Thank you, 440. No, 754. That would get you banned if David were in the room. All right. Who were people willing to cooperate with an aggressor against their own country? This term originated in a remark by Francisco Franco, the Spanish dictator, that he was marching on Madrid, and there was one of these available of sympathizers within the city ready to help. And he said he was marching on Madrid with 4 columns, but there was something available for of sympathizers. Disinformation is correct. 5th column. 5th column. Kind of like the 12th man at Seahawks. 12th man. It's the 5th column of Franco. Oh, just a sec. All right. What, well, I did this one before. What is, at the end of the 19th century, what was the phrase in French for end of the century? It's particularly used to describe the period's self-conscious artistic movements and a sophisticated despair that became popular at the time. Adele is correct. No, I will not, 440, but you can spend almost every day with me, at least for a few minutes each day. Fin du siècle. Fin du siècle. All right. Who was an Austrian prince, heir to the throne, whose assassination in Sarajevo in 1914 set off World War I? Yes, well, David Nation, yes, in a way, but disinformation, I'm going to give it to you. Archduke Francis Ferdinand's? You said it first, but you spelled it wrong. Good job. I know, 150. I'm not trying to fool anyone. And thank you, Mensa, for my scholarship. All right. Who was a... Wait. Moving on. What was the event at the end of the 18th century that ended the 1,000-year rule of kings in France and established the nation as a republic? Yeah, we did do all these before. Disinformation. Should I move on? I think I found it, though. French Revolution is correct. Misanthropy has it. All right, all right. This one I don't know if we did or not. Who was an Italian patriot of the 19th century who fought for the unification of Italy? No, Mall Cop, we cannot. What is? Please stop and chat with us. That's a good one. It's not Mussolini, by the way. He was a patriot. It's not Papillon. Who was an Italian patriot of the 19th century who fought for the unification of Italy? I mean, you could say Mussolini, but that's not the one I'm going for. What is Ginga? Is that Jenga? No. All right, I'll give it to you. Giuseppe Garibaldi. Giuseppe Garibaldi. Misanthropy, yes, you have it correct. David will be back when he's back. Just relax. You played Earthbound today? 8-bit for the win. Is that an actual video game? Or are you talking about, like, walking around in actual real life or something like that? All right. Who was the king of Britain during the American Revolutionary War, known for insisting on royal privilege? The stubbornness of him and his government officials is often blamed for the loss of the 13 colonies that became the United States. Good. Can you guys be more specific? King George the... I'm sorry, monkey times. King George the Third is the correct answer. It goes to psycho behavior. All right, sorry. Oh, Derby. Hey, I'm sorry I don't always see you. Could I unban Noam Chomsky? I did yesterday. David banned you for telling him he was actually in a top 2 primary, not a blanket primary. Oh, goodness, seriously. Well, you know, all right, I can do that. I can try, but, you know, you might have to change your name or something, Derby. Ah, that's pretty funny, George. Hey. No, I'm sorry. I do have the hairless men behind me here. Let me get rid of that. You're right. You're right, Mr. Smith. I will change these men. They are kind of weird and creepy. Well, just a little creepy. Let me see what I have. If I get rid of them, what I'll have behind me then. Alright, Derby. Oh, is it a bad person 150? Or are you laughing? Alright. I wonder if it'll just go to a black background. Ooh, black background. What shall I put behind myself? Mr. Smith, what do you think? Or is a black background just perfectly fine? Well, I was raised in that tradition, David Nation. And so I tend to stay there, yeah. But I'm not any kind of practicing thing. But I do believe in... I have my own beliefs. I look lost in space. Alright, I don't mind this black background. David will do something different though. I wonder if I did these because I don't think I did. Alright, moving on. I'm keeping it personal. Yeah, I think I should keep my beliefs personal. Especially since I believe in the... I will tell you this though. I believe strongly in the Constitution of the United States. All right, moving on. Who was an English political leader and author of the 19th century? He was a leader of the Liberal Party and a political opponent of Benjamin Disraeli. He served as a prime minister several times under the reign of Queen Victoria. One of his strongest interests, not satisfied in his lifetime, was providing Ireland with a government of its own. He served the British Parliament for 60 years. And I don't think I've seen the answer yet. No, he wasn't Benjamin Disraeli. He was actually a political opponent of Benjamin Disraeli. No, it's not Churchill. No, I won't admit it because I didn't. I voted for David Sponheim, 797. An English political leader, author in the 19th century, so 1800s. Still haven't seen the answer. A leader of the Liberal Party, political opponent of Benjamin Disraeli, prime minister several times under the reign of Queen Victoria. His strongest interest was providing Ireland with a government of its own. Prime minister who wanted Ireland to have a government of its own. Somebody Google already. Alright, you don't need to Google. I have the answer. The answer is William Ewart Gladstone. Gladstone. Froggy's like, oh my goodness, that's scary that the British in here don't know that. But it was under Queen Victoria. You want me to type it in? Oh goodness, why did I not know that? I know. Oh my goodness, I knew Gladstone. Okay. Yes. All right. Maybe you guys can redeem yourself in the next question. You, the British in here. All right. What was a revolution in Britain in 1688 in which the Parliament deposed King James II, a Roman Catholic who asserted royal rights over the rights of Parliament? Parliament gave the crown to the Protestant King William III, a Dutch prince, and his wife, British wife, Queen Mary II, daughter of James II. It wasn't the French Revolution. What was it called? So King William III and Queen Mary II were joint rulers. 549 has it correct. It was called the Glorious Revolution. 790, I'll say you also had it. Oh really? 195? Why? Because it's all black? I can put a different background behind me if that would make you happy. Does that make you happy? The Glorious Revolution, by the way, was the last genuine revolution in Britain. Because there was little armed resistance in England to William and Mary, the revolution is also called the Bloodless Revolution. Battles did take place in Scotland and Ireland, however, between supporters of the new king and queen and the supporters of King James. When the crown was offered to William and Mary, they agreed to a Bill of Rights that severely limited the king or queen's power. The British Bill of Rights is often regarded as a forerunner to the United States Bill of Rights. Oh, that is a good background for me. Let me put it in. Let me add it. Oh, goodness. I'm just going to stretch it. Stretch it out. Let me get myself. All right, let me pull my video to the front. Bear with me. Thank you. There we go. Yay! That's where I belong. Oh, sure. No. Oh, that's pretty funny though. All right. Moving on. No, you can't. Thank you, though, okay? Alright, who was a German political leader of the 20th century? He was propaganda minister of the Nazi government and a close confidant of Adolf Hitler. His policy was based on the notion that a lie repeated often and forcibly gains the legitimacy of truth. So 840 has it. 573 has it. When the defeat of Germany seemed inevitable, he killed himself and his family. Joseph Goebbels. Yep, just do it again so you can practice it correctly. 849. Oh, that happens. 150. Sometimes you just have to learn to keep some thoughts to yourself. I understand, Froggy. Alright. Who was a German political leader and general of the 20th century? Close friend of Adolf Hitler, held several high positions in the Nazi government, including leadership of the Air Force, the Luftwaffe, until the Battle of Britain. His aerial airfare methods were enormously successful, like the Blitzkrieg. Goering is correct. 573. Hermann Goering. 158 has it. They spell it G-O... What, you guys are right. I usually see it G-O-E-R-I-N-G, but you're right. It can be spelled G-O-R-I-N-G too. Goering. At the Nuremberg trials for war criminals after the German defeat, Goering was sentenced to death, but he committed suicide before he could be executed. You should know the alphabet up to the letter F by the end of the night. It would be cool to have different letters each night. Like, I'm actually on G, so... Oh. I don't think so, David Nation. You can put whoever you want on the ballot. You just have to put forward the effort for 1-1. There were no family members. All of David's family members served for America during World War II. What's that, Chico? David doesn't have secrets from me that I know of. But of course, isn't that obviously, you know. Ah, I'm glad you figured that out, David Nation. Alright, what was a straight-legged style of military marching used by the armies of several nations? Especially the Nazis. Why do they have so many G words associated with the Nazis? It's weird. Before he met me, he kissed a girl, I'm sure. Two-Eyed Cyclops has it. 849 has it. First, Goose Step is correct. The term is sometimes used to suggest the unthinking loyalty of followers or soldiers. Brown has a goose step mentality. Okay, Chico, sure. I don't know all of your accounts, 601, so start typing what they are and then maybe I will. Thank you, 566. Alright, who was the last president of the Soviet Union in... maybe not the last president of the Soviet Union. Who was the president of the Soviet Union in 2001? Adele has it correct. Gorbachev. Yeah, oh yes, the last president of the Soviet Union. He came to power in 1985. Although a committed communist... Hello, Awesome Carl. Gorbachev. Although a committed communist, Gorbachev sought to revive the ailing Soviet economy by introducing some elements of capitalist competition, a policy he called perestroika, or restructuring, and to encourage free expression by a policy of glasnost. Perestroika failed to stimulate the economy while glasnost spurred popular criticism of communism itself and the surfacing of long repressed nationalism in the republics that composed the Soviet Union. In 1991, hardline communists, many of them Gorbachev's appointees, staged a coup d'etat against him. Boris Yeltsin, president of the Russian Republic, rallied opposition against the coup, which also faced international criticism and aroused only lukewarm support in the Soviet military. The coup quickly collapsed and Gorbachev returned to the presidency, but with such weakened prestige that he was unable to prevent the dissolution of the Soviet Union and the collapse of communism. Alright, if you say so, Kay. Okay. Wait, I'm sorry. I missed your name, 601. So you need to say, Sarah, can you unblock and then put the name? So I can, like, for instance... I can unban me, since you asked, will you unban me? Sure. Divination. Not really. Yeah, wait, yes, I do remember the Soviet Union. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down that wall! Awesome Carl's show with 2 S's will remain banned because you're an imitation of Awesome Carl's show with 1 S. Did I have bomb drills? Well, we still do lockdown drills. No, 158. In the other room, 728. Yes, I know your name is similar but not the same, but I won't do it because you need to figure out a different name that's not an imitation of somebody else's name. You didn't say anything bad, you just got banned. You're a fan, but no, choose a different name. It's not that difficult. Not that I know of, Kay. This wallpaper is easy, good for me. Education is the key to unlock the golden door of freedom. That is so cool. And I love the whole, like, I love the, going into the computer thing. You're still hiding under your school desk since 1962? Oh, I'm sorry. Were you feeling ill, Kay? Sure, 128. I don't really... Sure. I completely deny any of those allegations. I do have a beta fish, but only one that we keep. Yes, David and I are a couple. All right. What is a common name for World War I before a Second World War broke out? Make up a different name, 158. The Great War. Chico has it correct. I think, well, I'm going to change the question back on you, Behavior. How would you feel if someone did that to you, would that be okay with you? If like a girl that you really were starting to like, had feelings for, just used you for, would that be okay with you? You'd be used but happy? So I guess you have the answer to your question.
Yeah.
I mean, feelings could, do you think feelings for this person could come to manifest themselves later? Or are you just using this person?
Yeah, are you just using this person as a...
Fun times.
Fun times. Deriving meaning from a relationship is everything. So you're learning about World War II, or Clarence? Or what's your specific area tonight?
Well, I don't think sweet talk ever hurts. I'll say that behavior. All right, my thing is world history, so I'll give one more question before I turn the show over to David. Who was a Latin American revolutionary of the 20th century? He played an important part in the Cuban Revolution that brought Fidel Castro to power. After holding various government posts in Cuba, he left the country in 1965 to become a guerrilla leader in Latin America.
I think Chico has it. Che Guevara.
Yes, Ernesto Che Guevara is correct.
That is correct. Chico.
He was killed in Bolivia in 1967. He rejected both capitalism and orthodox communism. In death, he became a martyr for radical students in many countries. It's not Pol Pot, it's Cuba. Pol Pot is in Asia.
Yes, he was Cambodian. He killed 9 million people. We're trying to talk about heroes, not people who are genocidal maniacs.
Well, we're talking about world history, so unfortunately there is some genocidal maniacs in there.
Oh, it's inevitable.
Sorry.
Capitalism can be sustained if its model is not constantly supported by our government. Yeah, if people just have ingenious ideas and they make it to market and they sell their products, it's good for business. You can't stop that trend, but apparently America has stopped that trend. Yeah, we no longer have people, entrepreneurs, ingenious people always. I mean, there are some people out there, don't get me wrong, but they're not creating Ford Motor Company.
Thank you, my own mind too. Yes, we do have a YouTube. I will post the link.
Very few Henry Fords exist anymore, and that's a problem. And our country isn't rectifying that. And we're going to see what Donald Trump can do about that, because right now it doesn't even look like he can acknowledge the truth. I mean, his team was in touch with Russia before the election, and he's denying it now. And the Russian ambassador says that they were in touch with Trump's team before the election, and he's denying that too. So apparently prosecution is the only way that Trump is going to ever recognize what he's doing.
Instead of you full of it, it's FULL and UR.
I just have to ban these people now.
I know.
There's no other way. They have violated chat rules.
Well, I think you can go like this, and then there you go.
Oh, I'm good. I'll be doing more of that. Yeah, thank you, DT Laura. Nice background. Schools is here
Only
online.
if you are there to hear it, small cop. But if you do it and you're not there to hear it, then how are you doing that?
Yeah. Wasteful Wednesday. World religion and world news as well. Wow, so we're here. And we're going to find out about the breakdown of the California coastline with all the water damage. But so far, no dam has broken yet. So we're wondering if another round of rain is in order for California. Another heavy deluge, all geoengineered, in my opinion. I don't have a hydrogen cell battery.
That's exactly.
Hydrogen cell batteries can actually burn.
All right.
Thank you very much. Oh, look at I missed the book. That's even better. It's a good background. You know, you can use that anytime you do a show.
Oh, yeah, you can just uncheck mine. It's at the very top of the list.
Oh, okay, cool. Ding. Oh, and we got the Tether to Land water barge. Great idea that appeared in our book, Hybrid Capitalism. We wanted to generate energy in the ocean and take advantage of all that wave motion that's going on. There's a tremendous amount of kinetic energy going on in the ocean. Now, this is not typical, drawing. This is just something I threw together in less than 2 minutes on SketchUp. DT's demanding cowbell, okay? Yeah, you can buy that book for 99 cents on Kindle or $14.99 paperback on our website, americasthirdparty.com, in the store. Click the store button, you'll see it there. David, you should have dancing in the background. Yes, I agree. So let's take this idea off the, one of the many ideas that we have in our book that can help generate electricity and fresh water. I'm glad she brought it in there. And we got dancing. Yeah, there's a song that's been stuck in my head for the past, ever since last night. We've got this incredible... I heard Trump is using greyhounds to deport illegals. Yeah, this is exactly what Ronald Reagan did.
Well, when we have people who are undesirable, we simply put them on a Greyhound bus and send them on their way. Where they land, no one knows, but it's no longer my problem.
Yeah. Here's a song I just cannot get. I'm going to give you this. So some of you have songs rolling around in your head. This will break the cycle and give you something else to think about. Okay, did that take your mind off of things? I know it does for me every time. But then I keep singing that song in my head for hours on end. I can't control it. All right, so that was a kind of a different time era piece that I thought you'd take a look at. When people actually danced. I bet. All the guys seem to like that every single time I play it. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Circling around. Well, there you have it, Potato Girl. Even women are finding her attractive. So last night we had all kinds of fun stuff I don't really think we should talk about. Yeah. But it's interesting to note that does NASA moon pictures with the same background prove Apollo landings were fake? That's the kind of stuff we talked about on Truth Tuesday, whether things are fake or true. I'm going to move on beyond that. I don't think that's important to talk about tonight. And then all these things that Trump has claimed. There's a Washington Post article. This we talked about last night. 100 days of Trump claims. A lot of things he says just aren't true. Oh, I need to tell Sarah that there's dinner on the table too. I made her a shrimp scampi dish. Days of Trump claims. These are all metrics. Washington Post did a metrics talking about how many times that Trump states mistruths. And that's an interesting story, but I think we're done with that too. Do you mind the nudity behind me? My computer and phone is re-recorded by the NSA. I know. That's what Edward Snowden told everybody. That's why he broke out. Oh, definitely garlic butter. He broke this whole story, about how the NSA watches you every night. Jill Biden elected chair of Save the Children. Well, isn't that special? Well, How much did the shrimp dish cost you, or did she buy all the ingredients? Oi, I got, like I said, 2 pounds of shrimp, 51 count for $5.99 one day. So I'm just doling out of the bag. I just throw it into a stir. I put egg noodles in this one with a white sauce. 100% action every day. Every day is 100% action. That's what's happening. Action Jackson. How you doing, man? Jackson69 is in. Greetings from planet Earth. I will now play you the most beautiful thing I can bring you, which is Bruce Lee showing you a little bit of martial arts. Then I'll go tell Sarah what to do.
It is like a finger pointing away to the moon. Don't concentrate on the finger or you will miss all that heavenly glory. Empty your mind, be formless, shapeless, like water, like water. Water can flow or it can crash. Be water, my friend. Empty your mind, be formless, shapeless, like water. Water can flow or it can crash. Empty your mind, be formless, shapeless, like water. Be water, my friend. Running water never goes stale, so you gotta just keep on flowing, keep on flowing. So you gotta just keep on flowing. So you gotta just keep on flowing. You have to train. You have to keep your reflexes so that when you want it, it's there. When you want to move, you're moving. I mean, you gotta put the whole hip into it. Snap it, snap it. Become one with the. You better train every part of your body. I mean, you gotta put the whole hip into it. Snap it, snap it. You better train, become one with the. Every part of your body. Running water never goes stale, so you gotta just keep on flowing, keep on flowing. So you gotta just keep on, gotta just keep on. Under the sky, under the heaven, there is but one family. Do not believe in styles. Styles separate man. It's a process of continuing growth. Empty your mind, be formless, shapeless, like water. Water can flow, or it can crash. Empty your mind, be formless, shapeless, like water. Be water, my friend.
The legendary Bruce Lee. The video is so mesmerizing. I love it, yeah. I can't do a roundhouse kick without dislocating my lower back in front of you right now from a sitting position. I will get into the grasshopper position to do the roundhouse kick. Yeah, I don't have a link for you on that one. Yeah, I'm so sorry. You want to get pitted too? We'll do that a little later. Let's talk politics. I have to go to the news to gather myself. Hey, here's an interesting channel dedicated to public channels. If you have nothing to watch on television, go there. It has all these interesting, weird videos. I just discovered that this week. Somebody sent me a link to that. Yeah. The weather, we talked about the weather changing. We have a HARP documentary we play in the evening. A new one. Really good stuff. HARP and actually chemtrails work together to create geoengineering of our weather. In case you're wondering why there's climate change going on, well, a lot of you Democrats have been, discussing that in your, enclave. Well, we believe that it's being geoengineered. A lot of us do here on the internet. Many people believe that it's being created. They're somehow trying to create the environment for the destruction of mankind. That's how evil some of these people are who are running the world. It didn't seem like there was malware tonight, so I guess there was no malware. It must have been a figment of my computer's virus system. I was swatted, yes, about 1 year and 8 months ago. Yeah, still looking for some answers to what happened. I still have no clear understanding as to why I was swatted. Okay. Ivanka cuts rent, second Manhattan apartment. Cuts rent? Really? Is she having a hard time leasing out her apartment? Ivanka cuts the rent of her 2-bedroom Upper East Side condo in her Trump building after struggling to find a tenant. But it'll still cost you $13,000 a month. Poor little Ivanka. She can't afford to live in 2 places. The first daughter has cut the rent price on her second Manhattan apartment from $15,000 to $13,000. Oh, look at that. What a lovely home. It's done in a provincial style I've never seen before, with that gauche, modern, postmodern glass coffee table. And she somehow has a unique style, yes. Fascinating. Well, she should sell that on that New York property show. Have you seen the New York property show? Here's the harp video.
For our strategic advantage. War and weather are very closely connected, and they've been connected ever since about 1812 or so, maybe earlier than that.
Yeah, war and weather connected, yep. I couldn't afford the rent and the toilet in that place. You know, I wouldn't live in that posh apartment. I would live probably down on the east side with in a bungalow retreat, you know. Wouldn't be a big experience. If I was in New York. I've never really, wanted to live in New York. Yeah, she could contact Property Brothers. Exactly, dude. Precisely. So we need to figure out why our government is manipulating the weather, why they are using a veritable warfare, weather warfare against our country, or somebody is. And we never get to the real answer there. All the while, we see pollution continue in the country. Wasteful industrial waste dropped in our air and nothing being done. We haven't had any new laws created for air pollution in a long, long time. I really don't know. I think quantum computers could alter your consciousness by creating seizures. Possibly. That's what I'm concerned about, is a lot of rapid fire lighting and audio could trigger a seizure-like effect. I'm not concerned about the rowdy town halls being conducted. I think it's a good sign our country's really getting more active and really stepping it up. We've had complete fake news by the mainstream media, and unfortunately, now Donald Trump is using that as a shield to avoid investigation in his Russian sex tapes. So I still am open to the idea of just more media is the better, more interaction with people is better, more of a free press is better. We're never going to be able to define what's true or fake news unless we do it individually. Anytime the government tells us something's fake, that's called censorship. So yeah, more town halls. Anything we can do. I think maybe Trump is one of the worst out there offenders, maybe he'll at least alert people to the government's BS. By accepting bribes for cabinet positions, everyone knows now that Trump really is the swamp. He's the leader of the swamp. Donald Trump. Yep. Google is blacklisting natural news now. You know how important natural news has been for a lot of information. Yeah, they've removed 140,000 pages from its index. Memory holes. Natural News investigated articles on vaccines, pharma corruption, fraudulent science, and more. And now Google, acting as an arm of the government censorship system, is now just getting rid of all the natural news out there and references to them. Isn't this unreal? And they are a really good site. Mike Adams, the health ranger. Last weekend, damning videos were leaked in a focused effort to take out Milo Yiannopoulos, former Breitbart news editor and gay conservative. All right, and yeah, we'll see. I don't know. Milo's kind of the victim of his own mouth, I think. You know, we need to investigate Pizzagate. We shouldn't lighten up on crimes against children. We need to put the pressure on. We need to investigate Donald Trump and his connection to Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, there's a reason why Trump won't talk about Pizzagate. Because he doesn't want anyone to know about Epstein. Epstein's the Orgy Island guy who was arrested and served a year in jail and now is under indictment again for child prostitution of young women, 14 years old. Our government and the media is doing nothing to deal with this. Those are clones behind me, yes. This is an army of clones. The future of modern warfare will be fought with clones like this. These are androids. They are cybernetic organisms. Human flesh over metal exoskeleton. They are cyber organisms. I know. Well, Eric doesn't have much to do, you know. After his dad paid for his vacation down in Uruguay last week, 97,000 tax dollars went into Eric Trump going to Uruguay. Eric's sitting around going, Dad, what do I do now? How can I better serve my businesses? How can I better serve my business interest? And why is Donald Trump conducting business out of the White House? Does anybody know exactly how many illegalities are going on under Trump's administration? Really? Welcome, Trump supporters. Yeah. We know that you have your head in the toilet, but you're going to come out of it. Don't worry. You'll finally breathe fresh air once you realize the crap, the swamp that you put in the White House. Harrison Ford is back in the cockpit, determining which runway to land on. Which one to taxi on? Remember when he fell off the runway into the taxi lane? He's still out there. He's a hell on wheels, man. 74 years old. Now Harrison Ford flies a helicopter. Indiana Jones star takes to the skies again after footage emerges of his near miss with a passenger plane. Well, they always say that you better get back on the horse there, Pilgrim. There he is again. Out there flying a helicopter. He flies. He coasts. He does amazing things. Harrison Ford. He was in our show last week, I think. He was just hanging out. He and all the other guys live in Malibu come into the show and visit me. Isn't that nice of them? You know, like Kurt Russell was in here and Jeff Bridges. I look like Morton Downey Jr. Really. You know, I don't really go for Aquanet and the $10. I would double my money if I sold this suit for $10. Pants and the whole George thing was $4.99 at the thrift store. Mel Gibson was in, yeah. Got to know him. I met Mel Gibson in the 80s, and he came in and remembered that whole experience. Of course, I may just be being trolled by all these people. I have no idea if I really met the real people or not. I guess we got more things to talk about here. Yeah, we talked this past week about Acosta, nominee, the labor secretary nominee after the other guy gave up the post. How he was involved in the Jeffrey Epstein prosecution. Alexander Acosta, Trump's pick for the labor secretary, was involved in getting Jeffrey Epstein off of major federal charges. You know, Jeffrey Epstein being Donald Trump's one of his friends. Well, his office prosecuted Epstein, a billionaire financier who admitted to state charges of soliciting prostitution from a 14-year-old. And this guy signed off in 2008 on the plea deal to not pursue federal charges in exchange for the state pleas. So Mr. Costas does a big favor, and it can cost all of us a huge amount. People like that continuing to engage in sexual predator activity with child minors on Orgy Island. Donald Trump now protecting not only him, but the guy who prosecuted him or didn't prosecute him. I mean, does it get any deeper, this swamp? Let's see. Going deeper. Dive. Welcome to the $20 trillion national debt. Does this possibly bode for a possible economic downturn with all this debt hanging over our head and Trump spending like crazy? Hell yeah. You've been banned. I can't believe you come in here after all these years and I keep banning you. You found it interesting. Yeah, I found it interesting too. I saw that video earlier. I'm adding it to our list. Oh, really? Best speech you'll ever hear. Wow. All right, so almost a month ago, the Dow Jones Industrial hit its 20,000 milestone. Now another 20 is looming ahead. Any day now, the U.S. will surpass 20 trillion in total public debt. So we have a debt crisis, and today's Wasteful Wednesday. Now, I'm going to tell you the most costly part of our budget right now and why it has increased. The most costly part of our budget is Donald Trump's vacations. He is on a rate faster than the expansion of the military budget and Medicaid, Medicare to overtake spending. In the next 6 months, if he continues at this rate of spending at Mar-a-Lago, we may very well be $30 trillion in debt, and it may just be from him siphoning money off of the U.S. taxpayer. But no, realistically, we are facing a huge amounts of wasteful spending in Medicare and Medicaid. That's really the big problem. And military spending, which Donald says he's going to increase to $1 trillion a year. So we've got a real bad money manager, the king of debt as president. Now you guys who are supporters of Trump are going to realize what this is all about and how we can barely make the minimum payment on our interest. And our country continues to enlarge the debt because we never cut spending. There's nobody in government that knows what they're doing. Imagine that. They're all completely out of touch with what's really going on. Every state, except for 3, are bankrupting themselves as we speak. Hey, Bill. Yeah, I'm not going to Africa, sorry. You know, I think Trump is probably going to take a weekend vacation every weekend. I don't see any reason why he should change his daily thing. I mean, he's got a routine going now. He leaves Friday night to Mar-a-Lago, costs the taxpayer $3 million every time he travels. Yeah. You guys wanted the swamp. You got Trump. You must have realized what he's going to do. You think our country's hurting financially right now? We're going to be a third world nation because of Trump. He acted like we were a third world nation when he inherited the position from his benefactor, Kissinger. Kissinger made Donald Trump the president. Well, we're going to have a huge problem now. It's getting worse. Trump had generals on his team, Froggy. He just lost his key national security advisor, and he won't even admit as to why he left. He wanted answers to why he didn't fire General Flynn in advance. He said he knew about the whole thing 5 weeks ago, and now he says he never knew anything about it. So you got a perpetual pathological liar with Trump, who continually wiggles around and lies like a snake in the grass, flopping around when you get it by the neck. That's Trump. You think you got him pinned? He flops to the other side, then twists around, and then he says something else and attacks you. Yes, that's right. Kissinger is working with Russia to make Trump president. Russia is part of the New World Order. You Trump supporters didn't get that memo, did you? I guess I got to explain that to you. Back in the 1990s, the USSR was broken up in the late 80s. Yeah. And they were broken up by none other than George H.W. Bush when he did an economic hit on the country, the Soviet Union. That's when they took down the hierarchy in Russia, and Boris Yeltsin took over from Gorbachev and then assigned the Politburo's #1 KGB guy, Vladimir Putin, as the president of Russia to continue the tradition of manipulative politics through Zionist connections. But I think, I got to tell you, Putin is in a world of crap. I don't think he really wants the New World Order in his country. I don't believe he really sincerely wants the New World Order to be operating monetarily through the back channels of the Jewish mobsters that run his campaigns and all these things that are going on. I think he really honestly wants to be out of the New World Order. And his policies reveal that. He doesn't want to be in any way. He doesn't want to be in any way connected to GMOs. That's one indication that he's not 100% New World Order. So there's some hope that we might be able to articulate a way for both Russia and the U.S. to not fall into the grip of these monetary elitists. So I would, of course, talk to Mr. Putin when I become president to arrange to limit the control of the capitalists in his country from contaminating in the pure goals of Russia. Unlike Trump, though, I don't want to be his friend. I don't want to have like a love affair with the guy. I just want mutual respect so we can find a pathway to dissolve this New World Order. It's been a very, very bad thing for this country and for all countries, Russia included. Yeah. So let's see what we got here. The Trump foreign policy is not going to be Mr. Nice Guy. You know, Putin did a study of Trump, and it just came out that they believe that Trump has no clue as to who Putin is. The Russians believe that they don't that Trump doesn't realize that Putin is a tough guy. This is like a fantasy of, you know. He wants to be friends with Putin. Sorry, that escalated very quickly. I have to calm down now. Yeah, people have accused me of being gay, and I'm not. So I'm not trying to accuse Vladimir Putin or Donald Trump of being homosexual. But his policy is a bit waft, I must say, Trump's policy toward Putin. I mean, wanting to be friends with Putin. I mean, what the hell's wrong with Donald Trump? You don't make friends with world leaders that have all this weird, freaky stuff going on behind the scenes. I mean, how many people have questioned Putin and lived? I can't even think of anybody. They're all dead. Putin rebuilds a Nazi parliament to train child armies. There you have it. See, I told you. The New World Order, contaminating Russia. There you go again. Now there you go again. The Disneyland of war. Putin is rebuilding a Nazi parliament, training child army for war with West. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun. Look at that. The Russian military has announced they are building a copy of a Nazi government building for school children to attack. A replica of Hitler's Reichstag will be built for war games in Patriot Park, a war-themed amusement park which is expected to open just outside Moscow later this year. I've taken to sounding more Russian just to kind of fit into Trump's administration, you know, so they understand, they speak my language now. As long as you speak like you're Russian, David, Mr. Trump will understand you. After all, he's been in touch with the Russians since before the election. Who is Richard Spencer? Yeah, I have to know who he is before I can accept his support. Scarier. Of course I'm questioning everybody. But Putin can run his country any way he wants. You just don't run our elections and don't run our country. That's what's pissing me off. Scarier than the Putin situation, Yankee Doodle Dandy has the Russian Orthodox meeting with the Catholic Church. Pope Francis warns the end is near. Pleads historic meeting with the Russian Patriarch. Wow. Wonder what Pope Francis must really know something we don't. Does he communicate with Satan, or is that just like a sideline that the Vatican does when they do that satanic Luciferian prayer mass? Does anybody know if Putin, or excuse me, if Francis communicates with Satan? I will never bow down to the Pope. I'm the one who said I'm Mr. Anti-Pope Francis. I've been that way before Trump was. That's another thing he stole from me. I don't believe the Pope is real. I think the Pope is a fraud. Yeah. He's the first Jesuit, leader to ever become Pope. That's strange. Good evening, Jeff Boston. Jeff Boston. Baston. Hey, there's Jeff Boston here. How you doing, man? The Pope said there is no hell. And as a former Catholic, that pisses me off. It means maybe he's going there. Yeah. I was raised a Catholic, psycho behavior. You know, like they say, people that quit cigarettes are the most zealousy about the subject of stopping cigarettes. Well, I think the Pope is deceiving people by saying that there's no hell. And it confuses the whole message. I mean, if you're going to believe in God, you might as well believe in hell. And that's one thing I just don't understand about this guy. He's very, very strange indeed. Yes. Another 14-day workday? Wow. We're the only ones who work here? Jeff, I don't work at all. Except during the day when I'm constantly doing things. But you're making money, man. You get the reward of a salary. I just, constantly stay busy. And this show is part of my avocation. But thank you, though. A lot of you are making money putting food on the table for your kids and trying to survive in a tough work environment. So more of the meetings are going on with the Russian Orthodox leader in the Antarctic base. John Kerry, among other leaders. Yankee Doodle Dandy says these people are meeting secretly down in a base in Antarctica. And they're probably going to prepare for the global climate change reset where we all end up suffering. Yeah. There's the argument that they're purposely destroying the earth with all this waste, like Fukushima and dioxin and plastic waste and petroleum waste. They're doing that because they really want to destroy the earth and kill off 90% of the planet, including you. That means you're next, or we're next. I don't need hotter women. I've got the most beautiful, wonderful woman I could ever want in life. Sarah is fantastic. She's got everything I need in a woman. Planes flies along Antarctica, giant Larsen crack. Well, yeah, there you go. Not only is the $20 trillion debt burdening and affecting our end game, the crack in Antarctica is starting to get bigger. The giant Larsen crack. The Earth is bending over and mooning us with its crack. Let's see if this will pop. The early video has been released by the British Antarctic Survey. Oh yeah, I saw this. Instability in the region means researchers cannot set up camp. It's that bad. Whoa. Whoa. Check it out. Yeah, it's a crack all right. That's definitely a crack. You've seen one crack, you've seen them all. Did I get some humor here? Wow. That's a big crack. I'm not taking this lightly. I'm taking it very seriously. The Earth is definitely feeling the pain, the suffering. I'm not really talking about other casters in the room right now. Thank you, though. I'll look into that. Thank you, Psycho Behavior. I'll try to check my email more efficiently. Thanks. Stop, Dave. You're cracking me up. Mall cop. Definitely plenty of crack down in Antarctica. We ought to tell Elon Musk about the crack down there. He's into crack. He's a big crack user. Have you heard? Yeah, he admits that's how he stays awake, Elon Musk. You're getting a real picture for the wealthy elitists in this world when you see Elon Musk tweeting that he absolutely loves crack. Isn't that amazing? These people are so rich, they don't even care if it affects their future. Whereas if you go around telling your boss that, hey boss, I really love crack, you'll get fired. Yeah, you know it. But if you're Mr. Make no mistake about it, Barack Obama, you can talk about your history at Occidental College, smoking crack, cocaine, and get away with it. So it's kind of a dual ethic here. It's the real me. All right, and then talked about that. Let's see. High level of radiation. We talked about that. 650 sieverts now in Fukushima at the center of reactor number 2. So we've been endlessly pooping. We've got radiation blowing into the Pacific Ocean. Donald Trump won't even do anything about it. He won't even talk about it. Or, excuse me, he tweeted my ideas and claims they're his. That much he did do. We've got the combustion engine on the Earth since the beginning of time, and you still, 1900 or 1890s, the combustion engine was born into existence, and it's still sitting there next to you when you idle in the freeways of America. You'll be sitting there, and some guy with a big truck will blow diesel in your face. He's like, yeah, this is great. And we're still breathing that stuff. And we're all wondering, gee, I wonder why people get lung cancer and emphysema. Oh, I don't know. Seriously, nobody's fixing anything. A whole world of do-nothings. Just sitting here going, yeah, what are you going to do, you know? That's Mother Nature. I guess it's not Mother Nature, but what are you going to do? Mankind playing God, and everyone's sitting going, well, you know, those aren't really chemtrails, those are contrails. That's just condensation in the air. Yeah. Boy, we really are screwed, aren't we? Yeah, you can definitely post a link on Florida sea levels rising, Jeff. You know that. You can always post links here. You're always welcome to do that. Feel free. You've earned your place in our link posting category. LakeCountryCalendar.com. Minute traces of Fukushima radiation has been found in Okanagan Lake. I knew that was coming. Yeah. You know, I used to want to buy property up there in Lake Country in Washington. Yep, minute trace of Fukushima. It's floating all around the earth, so don't think for a second you're gonna avoid it. That's why we need to act politically to stop this, because Trump's not doing anything. Obama didn't do anything. Shinzo Abe's not doing anything. The single sockeye salmon tested contained a minuscule amount of cesium-134, a fingerprint isotope from Fukushima. Yeah, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to realize we're screwed. Polluting the earth and never cleaning it up. Isn't that amazing? I know I said it 2 years ago. And here's the article about waters rising in Florida. We're going to see the methane come up from the bottom of the ocean soon because the water temperatures have increased dramatically, 10 to 20 degrees in some parts of the Arctic. But this is also leading to the Antarctic breaking up. And as waters rise, Miami Beach builds higher streets and political willpower. Wow, look at that. I had no idea they were that close to the water now. Luis Fernandez walks along a flooded Collins Avenue in Miami Beach in 2015. The city's tackling sea level rises by rebuilding roads and installing new storm sewers and pumps. They're very vulnerable to climate change there because it's at sea level. The rate of sea level rise has tripled over the last decade. Yeah. Major buildings, recoveries. They're going to be building water walls. Eventually, the entire Florida coastline will be underwater with a water wall around it. Crazy. Yes, methane is rising in the ocean because of the increased heat. At the bottom of the ocean, methylene is a liquid form of methane, is getting to the point where it's going gaseous. It's just a couple degrees, and that's all it takes for all of these toxic methane gases to bubble up to the top of the surface of the earth. No, do not buy a refurbished sex robot off of eBay. Big mistake. I have never done that. No. Yeah, some people are really concerned about, robots taking over the world. This is the one you're going to want. She's beautiful, she's exciting, she knows how to show you pleasure, and most of all, she doesn't fake her orgasms. She's beauty bot, and she's ready for you. You guys are all set. Some of you ladies would like a lesbian lover without having to, reveal that you're secretly a lesbian. But imagine having her in your bedroom when you just don't know whether you should, go meet anybody at the local Starbucks. Man, you just don't get it, do you? You keep coming in here and I've got millions of viewers and you keep saying, you'll never be president. Never, never, never. I'm not going to allow it. Oh, me. Yeah. A rapidly warming Arctic could lose a methane climate bomb, causing mass extinction in 9 years. Thank you for that node. Yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Are you done with her? Because she's done with you. Yeah, you didn't fulfill her needs. You were weak. You are human. She was seeking something more robust. Stavros, hello from Greece. Oh my goodness, you have 4,900,341 viewers right now. Oh, Opa. Opa Lumpa. Stavros, haven't seen you in a while. Welcome, people from Greece, 4,900,000 people. And to think that I'm not even known in my own area as being somebody. I could have been a contender. Froggy continues to make an ass of himself in the room. This can't be happening. But it is. A rapidly warming Arctic Circle could lose a methane climate bomb. Yeah. It's happening. That's what I'm talking about. This is your warning, human beings. You have had ample warning to prevent the corruption at the highest levels, yet you continue to ignore the possibility of building a third party with David Sponheim as your president. Stop humans from making stupid mistakes. Yeah, this is our chance, man. I'm telling you. You may have alien pinworms in your fecal matter. You may want to check that out. Pinworms are really hard to get rid of. You had to reboot? Really? Not sure if I posted this one. Okay, sorry, man. You were rebooting. Scissorfight had a problem with his connection. Let's take a look at these new things. Reports from the Arctic are pretty grim. Yeah, the latest. By 2026, that's just 9 years from now, warming above the Arctic Circle could be so extreme that a massive disruption and weakened jet stream could lead to global temperature rises so severe that it could be a mass extinction event. Okay. I'm not sure what that is exactly. It's called Kara by Quantic Dream. I'm not sure what we're dealing with here. You're going to wait 4 years for the 400 a month? I don't blame you, man. Scissorfight has a YouTube channel. Yeah, post your YouTube channel or you subscribe to Scissorfight's channel. He's got some great stuff. Yeah, he's trying to rebuild after that attack by YouTube on his account. Okay, Philadelphia soda tax leads to a 30 to 50% plunge in sales. Mass layoffs now. Look at this. This is exactly what tariffs and taxes will do. You know, Donald Trump touts about how he's going to put a tariff on items from Mexico, anything over the border. It kills business. Tariffs have never ever worked effectively to do anything but stop business. When Philadelphia became the first U.S. city to pass a soda tax last summer, city officials were eagerly looking forward to the surplus tax funding a windfall to plug gaping budget deficits. Then 1 month ago, after the tax went into effect, this is how it's applied. A receipt for a 10-pack of flavored water carried a 51% beverage tax. And since Pennsylvania has a sales tax and Philadelphia already charged another 2%, the total tax was 8%. In other words, a purchase which until last year came to $6.47 had overnight become $9.75. So that's why people aren't buying a lot of this stuff. Yeah, it kills soda sales. Dun 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 dun. Dump Trump. Jeff can certainly hang out, and don't criticize him, calling him names. That's just wrong. Yeah, you've been purged. The Future of Robots by Yankee Doodle Dandy. I'm a Yankee Doodle robot. Flight of the Conchords. The humans are dead. I think I've seen this video.
Thank you, that's overwhelming. We're Flight of the Conchords. We're formerly New Zealand's fourth most popular folk parody duo. Unfortunately, another folk parody duo has just slipped above us in the charts. So
I'd love to get more parody and joy from this, but I'm going to have to put this on our list of things to watch later. Thank you so much. We always have new things in our playlists. We're on to playlist number 3 if you happen to be on our website, youtube.com/America's Third Party. Hey, thank you, 552. Lots of levity, yeah. We bring in humor and politics to make it more fun. It's 4 minutes. Yeah, I mean, I can wait out 4 minutes, but I'd rather just use that at the end of the show. Flooding off the coast caused by global warming has already begun. ATP supporter has this information. Thank you. Dump Trump. Trump doesn't even care about the environment. It's like he could give a crap. He'd crap on the environment. Flooding of the coast. Yep, that's exactly right. Scientists warning the rise of the sea would eventually imperil the United States coastline. These are no longer theoretical. Norfolk, Virginia. Huge vertical rulers are sprouting beside low spots in the streets here, so people can judge if the tidal floods that increasingly inundate their roads are too deep to drive through. 500 miles down the Atlantic coast, the only road to Tybee Island, Georgia, is disappearing beneath the sea several times a year, cutting the town off from the mainland. Look at that road. It's like underwater. So we definitely are seeing massive amounts of flooding. Okay, so how do you reverse this quickly? There is an answer to the question, and I will give it to you right now. You stop dumping chemicals in the sky. What the elitists are doing right now is absolutely causing this. It's not your dog farting in the living room or you eating beef because it comes from livestock. It's nothing to do with the livestock pollution. Those are insignificant issues. Carbon dioxide levels are not the real issue. What we have created, the government has allowed us to just ignore it. They aren't even raising a real important point of issue with the chemtrails. But by just allowing it to happen, we're creating an a convection oven, if you will, where the heat just stays in, the sun heats the Earth's surface, and it radiates and convects just like a convection oven. They're duplicating that same effect on Earth. If they just stop this chemical drop, it will begin to repair itself. Now, here's a new interesting study that finds that Trump's immigration crackdown could cost $5 trillion in gross domestic product over 10 years. Look at this. This guy's going to make America horrible. He's going to make America hated again, like it isn't hated already. Look at the projections. Wow. Boy, he is so out to lunch, it's ridiculous. This immigration crackdown is bad for business and world trade. Everything he's doing is completely mindless. It's an overreaction. You know, back in the 1900s, in the 1800s, Italians and Irish people came into the country. They said that these people were going to be criminal, or they're going to be this or that. It was just ridiculous. Nobody ever was targeted more than the Irish and the Italians. Now the Muslims are being treated the same way by Trump. It's crazy. Sure, we don't want Sharia law in our cities. We don't want in any way our laws violated, but believe me, this is not the way to do it. He's raping and pillaging until he gets the boot, Dave. I know, for big business. Well, I have a feeling that somebody in our government's going to wake up real fast and realize it's Russian connection and the sex tapes. It's just a matter of time. You know, I was looking at it from the perspective of the Russians, if they indeed have these sex tapes that they're potentially going to hold over Trump's head. Say Trump knows what they are. Say they call him and say, Mr. Trump, you don't do what we tell you. You will see the sex tapes and the video all over the international press. And Trump's going, you can't do that to me. I've got the strongest army in the world. You can't stop me. I mean, who knows? Maybe he's using our government as a leverage against the sex tapes. You got to wonder. Because we still have 15,000 troops amassed at the Polish border with Russia. Coming from a guy who wants to be friends with Russia? I mean, what's going on? We still have supporting monies going into the rebel troops in Syria. If Trump wanted appeasement and to lower the threshold of anger and some sort of atonement, he would just say to Putin, we're going to pull the rebel support and we'll let you handle the Syrian situation. So I almost think that Trump is counter-threatening this guy. I'm serious. And it surprises me that Russia didn't reveal the sex tapes before the election. Can you imagine what the American people would have done if they saw Trump with his little wee-wee in front of God knows what kind of situation he was involved in. But can you imagine how the American people would have reacted? Trump would never have won. He speaketh with forked tongue, yeah. What do you mean, why be friends with Russia? How is that going to be good for us? You tell me, one thing that Russia can give us, you Trump-tards, just give me one thing that Russia can give us that we don't have already. I'm all ears. You want to make money with Russia, tell me what do they have that we need? And don't say vodka. Believe me, what if Trump had a little 6-incher and he's bragging about having a large penis? And 6 inches is huge in India. Could we change the subject? Israel furiously draining ammonia plant after Hezbollah's leader threatens to explode it and deliver gas. Yeah, dirty bomb potential with a terrible situation going on. The environmental minister of Israel, they're going to close the Haifa ammonia storage tank because it is a potential target. That's a smart move. But draining it, where are they going to drain it? I mean, that's absurd. You don't drain ammonia. That's a toxic spill. So did you have some of that or all of it?
No, I just had my chili.
She didn't even want my scampi. Wow.
I like your scampi. I'm sure it's excellent.
Well, once I hit it, it's going to start going.
Why don't you eat it?
I will.
You need to eat your scampi.
I know. I was secretly trying to give it to you though because I wanted to brag about it, but I'm just going to eat it.
David it was incredible.
You didn't have any.
Oh my goodness. No, I didn't.
Anyway.
Sorry.
Hey, okay.
Well, you can brag about yourself.
They've got a massive environmental disaster. The ammonia storage tank, they have to get rid of that because it's being threatened as a potential dirty bomb attack in Israel. Yeah. And a former Gitmo detainee who was released by Barack Obama has been pretty busy out there. He's detonating something else. Look at this. This is why we should never release the Guantanamo detainees. That's exactly why I said, never close it. Obama insisted they wanted to close it. This suicide bomber in Iraq was former Gitmo detainee. Look at that. A terrorist suspect who received a 7-figure payoff after he claimed he was tortured while being held at Guantanamo Bay blew himself up in a suicide bombing in Iraq, according to reports. Wow. See what I mean about Obama being such an idiot?
7-figure payoff?
Yeah. He got like
$1 million?
$1 million to get out of there, yeah. False treatment, Guantanamo abuse.
How many bombs did that pay for? Well, of course, this is the New York Post, though.
Yep, and we have that news story from MSNBC right here. I don't know if Sarah saw this, but an anchor has said that his job is to control exactly what people think. Isn't that weird?
He's doing, what are you so surprised about? He's doing exactly what he said he's going to do.
Well, and I think that the dangerous, edges here are that he's trying to undermine the media, trying to make up his own facts. And it could be that while unemployment and the economy worsens, he could have undermined the messaging so much that he can actually control exactly what people think. And that is our job.
Oh, and see, that is our job, and they cut her off. So they're saying that Donald Trump could control exactly what people think, and then she said right before they cut her off, "That's our job." Ha! MSNBC anchor admits the truth about how the mainstream media is constantly molding our talking points. Yeah, it's sad the way that the free press is dead in America. It really is. Okay, you want to go back to your bulletin board?
Yes.
Okay, Sarah's back for some more trivia. Hello from South Korea. Do you believe this is a real video of flooding in California? Kung Ping Ao, hello, welcome. Ow, ow. Lake Berisa is 3.5 feet over the Glory Hole spillway. I have not seen this video. Isn't that interesting?
Just by the name alone, I'm going to say, no, it's not real.
Really? Wow, look at the spillway, Glory Hole spillway going on here. Very possibly so, yeah. Lake Berisa could be at the massive flood stage. That's kind of cool the way that, it kind of looks like a floating something. Well, I can't tell you exactly what it looks like because that'd be overly honest. That is pretty amazing. Great aerial photography of this massive flood. Yeah, you're looking at Shasta being less than 10 feet away from the top. One big rain in California, and you're going to be looking at a massive gaper right here. You bet. Thank you from South Korea. We got to go to South Korea for our news now. Is this crazy? Thank you from South Korea. All right, thank you. And here comes Sarah.
How so, 924? Supposedly it's some damn. Yeah. I don't think it's a real hole. I could be wrong, though. That's a real hole, you say? I don't know. I'd have to look it up. I want to look it up before it's overflowed. What is it, Lake Berryessa? Let's look up where it is on, like, Google Maps. Thanks, Two Eyes Cyclops. Oh my goodness, there's too many tabs open. I hate that so many of them are like, still loading. Why don't we just close out of them? Oh my gosh. I can't even get to the end. This is ridiculous. It's seriously ridiculous. Alright, I'm looking. It's a drain that was installed. Well, AccuWeather says it is. And New York Times says it. Spiraling floodwater mesmerizes the locals. Yep. Alright, I guess it's real. It's a Bellmouth spillway. They call it a Morning Glory spillway. Okay. 607. You don't need to share that information. Thank you. Yeah, it is kind of a neat way to have a drain. That's true. It's just a really big drain called a spillway. Once you see it full of spiraling water, it's hard to take your eyes off of it. First time in a decade that water's been up that way. All right, that's cool. All right, moving on. So maybe she chooses not to too. It is mesmerizing, yes. All right. Who was a Swedish diplomat of the 20th century, the Secretary General for the United Nations? From 1953 to 1961. He was intensely involved with settling differences between nations that arose from the Cold War and the movement toward independence for African nations. Why would you love a jerk, Skarn? It's not Kissinger. A Swedish diplomat of the 20th century, the Secretary General of the United Nations from 1953 to 1961. ATP supporter is right. Dag Hammarskjöld. All right, moving on. You can Google, you can call a friend, you can do anything you want. Are you related to David Nation 366? That's something that David Nation would say. Hello, Ron Brown. You might want to go over to my Vaughn Live show, Ron, because I usually don't always watch YouTube, but I just noticed you were over there, so... It was a bit obscure, but okay. Okay, moving on. What is a German family distantly related to the Stuart kings and queens of Britain, who received the crown of Britain in the early 18th century when the last Stuart ruler, Queen Anne, died without an heir? Thank you guys. I don't usually do religious trivia. Yeah, the family name. They established an English branch of their family that still rules Britain. George III, it's not Normans or Saxons or Windsors. George III, Queen Victoria, and Queen Elizabeth II are all part of this house. Although Victoria and her descendants have not used this family name. The control of the government of Britain by Parliament has been greatly strengthened under this rule, and the governmental role of the king or queen much reduced. The first two of these kings, George I and George II, took little interest in their new country. George I spent most of his time in Germany and never bothered to learn the English language. Hello, Joseph. Welcome. Hey, Ron. They changed the name to Windsor. Mm-hmm. You're not British, you have no clue. That's fine. But it is what every American needs to know. Alright, you ready for it? Since no one seemed to put it out. It is called House of Hanover. Hanover. House of Hanover. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's interesting. All right. The guests are not banned currently. Correct. 552 and 549. It's like right what 549 typed. I know. We learn something new every day. I'm not making things up. I'm just reading from a book, and I don't think they make things up. Oh, I make your head hurt. Don't worry. Here. Oh, yeah, I'll put an ice pack on it. There you go. All right. What is an Austrian-based dynasty that ruled much of the central and parts of Western Europe from the 13th to the 20th centuries? It ruled much of central and parts of Western Europe. Austrian-based dynasty. The families had long held the title of Holy Roman Emperor. 734 is correct. Well, pretty close. By 1914, they ruled Austro-Hungarian Empire, included all or parts of territories that later became independent nations, such as Czechoslovakia and Yugoslavia. The empire collapsed during World War I. Habsburgs is correct. Nationalism threatened to disrupt the Habsburg Empire in the 19th century. The assassination of Archduke Francis Ferdinand by a Serbian nationalist in Sarajevo in 1914 triggered World War I. I could possibly write on the chalkboard your name to have detention. Yes. I'd have to pull up my whiteboard screen. I have not been taking biotin that I know of. Yeah, that was the House of Hanover, and then that was the Habsburgs. All right, new clue. Just a sec. Sorry. Oh, goodness. Sorry. The apple is bigger than my head. All right, let me sit in front of the apple so it doesn't look like it's bigger. I like everybody, Diva Nation. I know. Well, I didn't do the full dab. Like that, whatever. What does that mean anyway? I don't know. No, I sneezed into my sleeve. I heard that was gone though. No one does that anymore. That dance move. All right. Yes, I like you. All right. Who was a German police official of the 20th century? He was a confidant of Adolf Hitler, organized the Nazi elite forces, SS and the secret police, the Gestapo. He supervised the execution of millions of Jews in the concentration camps during World War II and committed suicide in 1945. Goebbels, no. Goebbels was a German political leader and propaganda minister. Okay, I didn't mean for you to... Yes, Himmler is correct. Multi-tool and two-eyed Cyclops has it correct. Heinrich Himmler. Oh, is that what's going on 366? You said all the German names you could think of. All right. Moving on. Who was a Japanese emperor who came to the throne in the 1920s? He reigned over the Japanese in World War II. Hirohito is correct. 2-Eye Cyclops and 482 have it. Oh, you all pulled together for $100 and you won $1. Was that how much you put into it? After the war, he was forced to give up the claim to divine status that previous emperors had made. He died in 1989 after long outliving all the other major figures associated with the war. Plotting what, 366? Thanks for sharing. All right. What is a Japanese city on which the United States dropped the first atomic bomb used in warfare on August 6, 1945? After the devastation of the bombing, Hiroshima, Jeff Boston has it right. Hiroshima was largely rebuilt. The first one was Hiroshima, the second one Nagasaki. No. What? What are you talking about, 366? All right. I'm not going to read the next one because I don't think he really deserves anything. All right. Who was a Vietnamese revolutionary leader of the 20th century? He led the communists of Vietnam in their efforts to drive out the forces of Japan in the 1940s. Multi-tool is correct. 2-Eye Cyclops is pretty darn close. Ho Chi Minh. And he was driving out France in the 1950s and the United States in the 1960s. Man, he really had a lot going on over there in Vietnam. He died in 1969. Saigon, the former capital of South Vietnam, was renamed Ho Chi Minh City after the communist victory there. You think multi-tool has multi-tabs? Oh, hello, Rod. Thank you. No, not gonna happen, Cheese. I'm way too modest for that. That's a possibility, Jackson. Okay. I know, I'm glad you paid attention in school, multi-tool. How about it? All right. I don't really want to talk about the Holocaust and Nazis and all that, so I'm moving on. Who were the French Protestants of the 16th and 17th centuries who were frequently persecuted by the government and by the Roman Catholic Church? Yes, they can continue to dream. 366 was paying attention in school too. Good job. 366 has it correct. The Huguenots. For a time, the Edict of Nantes allowed them to practice a religion in certain cities. When the edict was revoked by King Louis the 14th and the late 17th century, many Huguenots left France and some immigrated to America. Huguenots. Scarn, you're all over the place tonight. You're like, I love you. I hate you. You're horrible. You're awesome. What's going on with you, bud? Are you okay? Does anybody out stop to like take a moment to talk to you about what's going on in your life? Well, this is world history, and I'm sorry you weren't taught it, and I wasn't taught a lot of it too, but now you're learning it. Pretty cool. My week so far has been pretty good. We had a President's Day on Monday, so that was pretty good. Well, because you did, I don't know. Is that what you said? I don't think David really lived off government cheese, but that's pretty funny. How was your week, Setterbeard? Yes, when I do his trivia, it's her story. Her story. Ha ha, Rod. They're awesome, Jeff. They are awesome. They're really cool. I have one that's like neat. Actually, they're all very good. All right. Who was dictator of Iraq who seized power in 1979? With the intent of making Iraq the dominant power in the oil-rich Persian Gulf. He invaded Iran in 1980. Good job, you guys were paying attention in school. Saddam Hussein is the correct answer. He invaded Iran in 1980 and Kuwait in 1990. The later invasion provoked a military response from the United Nations led by the United States, which drove Iraqi forces from Kuwait in 1991. Hussein's cruelty and deviousness have become legendary. He has ruthlessly suppressed both Shiite Muslims and Kurds within Iraq in 1987 and 1988. He authorized poison gas attacks on Kurdish villages. Although widely loathed outside the Arab world and feared by most Arab governments, he retained some of his appeal to the Arab masses because of his resolute defiance of the United States and Western Europe. Oh, sorry. Misanthropy, let's see. I'm sure you answered first, so point, of course, goes to you. Well, what happened, actually, there's a really good, I don't know if it's still on Netflix, but it was called The Journey Home, I think. Or I think that's what it was called. But it was a documentary about the Jews after World War II, which was really interesting with that cheese donkey because really a lot of Jews died after World War II because basically they were suffering so greatly during World War II but they were just barely hanging on. Oh yeah, it was about how they attempted to integrate back and really couldn't. And it was all about the creation of Israel as a state. It's a really great documentary. I learned things just by watching that video that I never realized before. You think it was fake history? What? Well, this one, yeah, it was really good. Let me see. Yes, that's true, Jeff. There was no place they could assimilate because basically it was all, oh no. Okay, it was all, basically they went They were trying to go back home, but there was no home for them to go back to because their homes have been destroyed. But am I right? Was it called The Journey Home? I think it was called. It was very fascinating. Oh, goodness. Is it the message that I got from you? Like, I looked at it the other day. Is it about someone with the last name T, Rod? Hello. How are ya? Thank you for your support. All right, will do. I'll try. I don't know if he's accepting comments from you, but I'll try. All right. I know. I agree. You should call back and say that, but I don't know. But all right. All right, will do. All right, take care. All right, bye. Okay. Next question. Ready? What was the rapid growth that began in England during the middle of the 18th century and then spread over the next 50 years to many other countries, including the United States? It depended on devices such as a steam engine. Oh, one of my favorite guys, James Watt. Ooh, okay, Jeff Boston, I'll give it to you. And 2i Cyclops next. But Dirk has both words. Industrial Revolution. Good job. But I'm going to go Jeff Boston. But yes, good job. All right. The Industrial Revolution depended on devices such as a steam engine, which were invented at a rapidly increasing rate during the period. The Industrial Revolution brought on a rapid concentration of people in cities and changed the nature of work for many people, like, see the Luddites. Good job, Jeff Boston. I don't think that Mad Dog was ever banned. Yes, definitely, Jeff. All right. What is an organization founded by Karl Marx in the 1860s? Weakened by disputes, it was dissolved in 1876, but was then later succeeded by 3 others, which sought to spread communism throughout the world. The most effective of these was the third blank, formed by the Soviet Union in 1919 and dissolved in 1943 by Joseph Stalin. It was called the Third. Yes, I think I can post the Discord link.
Yeah,
Answer was international. Someone called and wanted to let you know that they supported you.
Awesome. Thank you so much for showing support. This is a very challenging, difficult effort that we put out every single night. And most people don't realize that we don't do this for personal gain at all. Oh, she took a call from Rodney?
He wanted to let you know that he supported your efforts and your disagreements with certain people.
Oh, okay, good. Excellent. Good. At least he's getting my right in my corner again. That's kind of nice.
Wow. Okay.
Unban Real Man. Just Real Man. That's how it goes. / unban Real Man. See how easy that was? No, I do it to massage your ego.
Can you make it dark chocolate, ATP supporter? Because I end up eating this milk chocolate and then I break out.
Believe me, chocolate is a woman's worst nightmare.
I eat too much of it.
They
Just
love
ate some of
chocolate.
it.
Yeah, you really can. What happens is it changes your taste buds. It alters your sugar content. You can be pre-diabetic if you eat too much chocolate. No,
I don't eat
Oh, yes, Dick.
too
Okay,
much.
yeah, go ahead.
I eat like a couple pieces a day.
Yeah,
Oh, dark chocolate with no dairy?
that's good.
I probably would like it, maybe. But as long as it has sugar in it. No, we can't unban that name cheese.
You're about to watch the 2-hour special you put on DVR
For
of
the Curse of Oak Island. That sounds fun. Can I watch it with you?
You know, it's on the History Channel. I'd like you to look it up, actually. And there's a couple movies I want you to look for, if you could.
Well, if they're on the History Channel, I don't know if I can.
Well, I want to get The Crown and Mr. Robot. The Crown and Mr. Robot.
Oh, I have seen The Crown.
I hear it's really good. I want to see that. And then Mr. Robot, they say, is in his 3rd season. Looks really good.
Mr. Robot? Ooh,
Yep.
Interesting.
So look those up if you can, because we're running out of things
I'll add them to the list. No, I haven't seen that.
Child slavery, the bitter truth behind the chocolate industry.
Oh, if Mr. Robot's Hulu, I don't have Hulu.
Oh, okay. I don't have Hulu. Oh, it's a series? Okay.
Don't Breathe. Really cool movie. Okay. Oh. Ooh, goodness. Sorry.
I never thought there was a movie called Jeff. There's I Am Sam. Or I Am Sam. That's got some of the best Beatles music in it.
Yes, it does. And it's such a good show. Like
I
I
Am
could
Sam.
barely get through it.
I know.
This is so sad. David doesn't. David, for some reason, David doesn't like that, Raoul. I was thinking of watching it though.
Yeah, not really into Oliver Stone. I see him as a shill for the propaganda, working for the CIA. That entire thing he did on JFK was a complete, just a conglomeration of fakery, is what it was. I mean, he has people believing John F. Kennedy was shot from the other direction, not even the bookstore depository. I mean, really.
Okay, let me look it up.
I think he
if
was
it's called
shot
The
from another
Journey
direction.
Home. I think
actually.
it's Long Journey Home or something.
I saw the Black Mirror series. We're in the final episode. I'm trying to show Sarah it's not all about the Prime Minister having sex with a pig. Yeah. I think she falsely judged the Black Mirror series. I love it. To me, it's like a Twilight Zone episode, one after the other. Each one is different. Really? So he spoke out against the Jewish-controlled media and was wrist slapped? Well, thank you. I'm going to go back and look at that. Maybe he is somebody to watch, the history of America. I'll have to check it out. Yeah, let's bookmark that Oliver Stone one, if you could.
Okay.
Yeah, I really love Black Mirror, every one of those episodes. I showed Sarah the one about the woman who walks around taking pictures of people, and everyone in the society uses like a Sesame credit system where they rate each other. And she had a 4.2 out of 5, and she wanted to be a 4.8. It's a really classic one. It's like it's 3rd season Black Mirror. Anyway, it talked about a Sesame credit society, which is very likely to happen in some countries. I don't want that to happen here. Yeah, that was a great one. I think this whole idea of Sesame credit is mind manipulation, social persuasion by ridiculous standards.
Okay, it's not Long Journey Home. It's The Long Way Home. Is what it's called.
It sounds like a Supertramp song. I feel like I'm
So-
in school here with this blackboard. It's kind of an odd feeling. I think I'm going to remove
Yeah,
this.
maybe.
I graduated.
I think it's a long way home.
That's what happens when you look at the blackboard too long. You become one of these. Indoctrinated. Controlled. Part of the Borg, Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, I think that's what it is, the long way home, but I'm not totally sure. All right. Wow.
You know, I fed the cat and she looked at it.
The long way home, I think that's what it is.
The long way home. I fed the cat, she looked at it, and she went back to sleep. It's like, oh, that's nice. I heated up this beefy weefy, and some of you have been doing bad things here.
Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah, we have to deal with some of those people that come in our show and bother our place of records. Bummer. I'll bring guests on in just a second. Thanks, Sarah, for coming in. You've been awesome, as usual. She's waving goodbye to her fans.
You're just you.
Oh, thank you.
You're my only fan.
Well, you've got millions of people watching, so that if that's any consolation. She doesn't believe that we have millions of people watching. Okay, let's get back to the dance session. We're learning new moves from this lady. Sorry, I had to break the mood a little bit. Yeah. I know. It was my little Dave that took over the show there for a second. David Nation must really be excited. He loves white women. Is that so unusual for black men to find white women attractive, you know? It's a real cultural anomaly there, David Nation. No, it was not Woodstock. It was the closest you'll ever get to a girlfriend. Sorry. I'm just talking, cheese donkey, you know. Well, I don't have children, and I don't want children simply because I don't like the environment we're living in. We're living in a cesspool. It's terrible. A documentary for later on chocolate enslavement of children. Wow, this is really an eye-opener. Thank you. Yeah, we've got incredible waste happening in our world. It's the waste ever. It's the waste. I should take you to one of my many landfills that I'm collecting on Earth. Yes. Well, heck, why don't we just fast forward to the future? Dun da da da. The future of mankind will be bleak. A veritable wasteland. No, man, I'm definitely not running with no Crips. The darker side of chocolate. Welcome to my beautiful future that I look forward to not. This is why I don't have kids. I don't want them to grow up in a world like this. I'm actually doing the most humane thing by not replicating. Many of you humans who do not care not about the environment, like Donald Trump, having multiple kids and going, okay, you deal with it. Because he certainly doesn't want to deal with it. He's just a puppet, everybody. Trump is a puppet. He's just doing Kissinger's work. Doing the work of the devil. Okay, I'll take a look at the dark side of chocolate. It definitely would piss off the penguins, yeah. Yeah, Oswald's problem was the only shot missed by 50 foot, hit the curb in the road. Wasn't Oliver Stone the one who suggested the single bullet theory? That's got to be the biggest joke of all. Nuclear weapons hidden in marijuana bales? Okay. Somebody's gone over the deep end. This is the future. This is your fate. Mr. Cheese Donkey was asking David, what is this? This, Mr. Cheese Donkey, is your fate. This is where you are all headed. If we continue to do nothing, allow the Matrix to evolve, you believe that you're living in a perfect world, but in reality, you are living in a hellish nightmare. It's the stench, Mr. Anderson. The stench of the 1%ers, the people who feel they're better than everyone. The smell of the people that believe that the world is for them, only them.
All right. Can you hear me? Yeah.
This is called 1%.
Like? Sounds good.
It was a film made by a man who had an opportunity to meet these people because he lived among them. And I should play that in the evening. Yeah, the single bullet theory, that somehow Lee Harvey Oswald shot a bullet that ricocheted through a JFK on into John Connolly and out and made a U-turn and came back and did it again. I have not seen that movie, Don't Knock Twice. I'm going to have to check it out. Your future, Mr. Anderson. Your future. It's the stench of dentrifying waste is there with no purpose. Simply to smell up the stagnant, dead, deceased atmosphere. This is the world you live in, that you are shielded from, with the happy thoughts brought to you by your major advertising retailer. Yes. We've been lied to. We've been told that things are getting better, but they are not. Come on, Dave, break out of the Mr. Smith attitude. We're the rulers, Mr. Anderson, and you're the slaves. Slaves that serve merely as batteries and entertainment. Raoul's writing copy for me as I speak. Lake Barissa is overflowing. The South Koreans made me aware of this. I was unaware that Lake Barissa was overflowing. And here we are, waiting for the next deluge of rain to sweep the California coastline and destroy a major dam, reaping billions of dollars to an already beleaguered economy. While the sea level rises due to global warming that they created, we sit here doing nothing, smiling, acting coy as if we're chatting something entertaining. Tick-tock to the human race as we prepare for the final plunge into the abyss of megalomaniacal destruction. Mr. Anderson, you're just a consumer working, buying for the system. You simply keep it going long enough for the elitists to continue raping the earth and producing plastic waste and toxins and heavy metals that you and your children are eating, causing irreparable damage, and ultimately they could care less. They want to profit from you. They want to take money from your health care system. They want to rape your family's bank accounts because they believe that they are the chosen ones who have the right to do that. They look at you as though you are useless eaters, the goyim, if you will. And this is the richest family in the world, the Rothschilds. A net wealth of over $200 trillion makes Donald Trump look like a chump, a shoe salesman. Mr. Donald Trump, who's so special, he thinks people like him are wealthy. He doesn't even know the meaning of wealth. He has nothing compared to the Rothschild family. and the reserves of the entire Warburg family, the Bergstroms, and countless others, far richer than Donald Trump. So they find the greediest man in America, and they make him the president, and then everyone thinks that somehow he's anti-establishment. When in fact he's the puppet. Secret Service accidentally killed Kennedy in an interesting view. Dark Engine has this. I haven't seen this in a while. And I know Dupster was looking for a copy of this. Thank you for bringing it in. Yeah, we got people who like to collect JFK assassination videos. The smoking gun. Cool. Yes, was it a Secret Service agent that killed John F. Kennedy? Let's see. Yeah, there you go. Nathan Rothschild, or the Rothschild family, the original. Give me control of a nation's money, and I care not who makes the laws. And Jeffs goes on to say, we shall have world government, whether or not we like it. The only question is whether world government will be achieved by conquest or consent. Unbelievable. The Rothschilds are so full of themselves. You know, no one's ever been able to take over the world government. Caesar tried. I mean, Napoleon tried. Hitler tried. There's never, ever been one autocratic leader of the world. They've always failed. And this Rothschild family will fail as well. History will prove itself that regionalization is the only sustainable model for humankind. The nation-state model, I believe that. You collect roaches, Dave? Really? I did not know that. Wow. That's quite a hobby you've got. Yeah, the nation-state model is veritably bulletproof. The elitists think they can break it down by absorbing all these nations in the European Union. They're already falling apart. They want to go back to their own currency, each and every one of them. Look what England voted for, the Brexit. You are just an antiquated set of code, Mr. Anderson. Your entire existence is but a smudge on a napkin floating in a sea of excrement. And we filter you out, Mr. Anderson. We cleanse the sea so that the planet can better serve our needs. It's good copy, Raoul. I talk about the working man's sack printer, yeah, and how they're being polluted and killed every day. You know, for instance, the coal workers that are currently in our country, many of them are being displaced by new laws, but there's 770,000 coal workers in this country, and there's no attempt by Donald Trump to make their life any better. And what I propose is we're going to give each and every coal worker a mandatory period of rest in a air-conditioned, air-purified room at every single coal site that we have in our country. That our government will help retrofit these rooms, separate from industry, mind you. We won't just mandate it. We're just going to retrofit it. So we'll have air-conditioned purifiers underground in sealed rooms where guys can go in, lights will be on, they'll be able to take a 45-minute break every 2 hours. Seriously. Because otherwise they're not wearing their masks down there. And that's deadly when it comes to coal mining. They get black lung. And their family has gotten black lung. So we've got a lot of people who are working in America that are not being taken care of by people like Donald Trump. He just wants to exploit labor. He never really wanted to help labor out. So as you can see, we have a constant attack in the room by people that just don't understand that the whole system is censored against the average American. And as I continue to do these shows and reach out to worldwide audiences, these stupid stumps that sit here in the room, these Trump supporters say, you'll never be president. No, you'll never, no one wants you. And this is a mentality like the crabs pulling each other off the edge of the bucket trying to escape. It's been bred into you morons. You have no other way of reacting to raw creativity and individuality, which is what I exude. You look at me as though I'm some sort of an anomaly. Well, perhaps I am. Perhaps I'm one of the few that's able to step out of the envelope that's controlling us. It's obvious many of you have fallen into the trap. I'll tell you, you spend too much, you work too hard, and you die young. You know, America doesn't have a long lifespan. We're 39th in the world in terms of how long we live. Other countries are way ahead of us in terms of how they appreciate the time they have on this earth, and they stretch it out longer. And they have a better quality health environment. We're allowing companies like Monsanto and GMO producers to kill off our planet, and you're sitting there going, yeah, well, whatever. Thank you. Mr. Deneau loves our show. So yeah, we have a lot of work to do. We got to stop Monsanto and Dow. We got to convert them over to organic production cycles and less genetic modification. We've got to save the earth. We got to bring back a lot of the food waste and put it back in the soil and regenerate microbial health to the soil, because right now we are facing this kind of a situation by 2026. Devastation, a new dust bowl around the country from leached soil that's been chemically polluted and fertilized beyond belief with garbage, pesticides, herbicides. Heck, there's 7.5 billion tons of Roundup, glyphosate, on this planet right now. Enough to cover this entire building with a huge mound of toxic waste. Glyphosate. 93% of you are pissing glyphosate every time you take a bathroom break in the U.S. 99 or 100% in Europe because of the concentration. It's unreal how much glyphosate there is in this planet. Very dangerous, carcinogenic product that threatens all of our lives. And we've allowed these companies like Dow to produce this stuff like it was nothing. They are the remnants of the chemical warfare industry in America that simply wanted to continue making money, and our government did nothing to stop them. They just sat there and said, oh, you want a contract renewal? Okay, well, make some garden variety pesticides for everybody. Everyone loves pesticides. Well, it's pretty sad what's happening. I know, Mr. Deneau says, I know that you may not you hear it much, but you run a clean room and a great show. I hope you have some encouragement. I do, Mr. Deneau. We have a pretty good staff of people, me, myself, and I, and then Sarah. Wow. A publisher is made to apologize over a book that featured childhood masturbation. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This is like, apparently around the world, human exploitation goes on all the time, like in Bangkok. An Indonesian publisher made to apologize over publishing a book about child masturbation. This is just so weird. I don't even want to raise the picture. Yeah. The insensitivity of people to what's happening. And the abuse is leading to children being killed in America and around the world. 50,000 missing every single year. You rolled the credits. It took 2 hours with all the mods. Yeah, this is a cool backdrop. It's right out of Fallout 3, yeah. Yeah, I try not to put up with the trolls. We have an anti-troll attack plan, which works pretty well. They come back, thinking that they're somehow going to hose me down, but they never succeed. We've always beaten them back. It's pretty amazing, Lake Berisa in California. Clearly at the overflow stage. It's a massive overflow going on in the spillway. So yeah, we're hoping that one of the dams doesn't break on the next round of rain that has been geoengineered over California. They're working. The elitists are working on another round to try to topple one of the major dams. They want to cripple the economy of California and ultimately keep America at their beck and call. Waiting for loans. They want us all to be waiting for loans so that we can get more money from the Fed and keep borrowing. This is how they operate. This is how they do it all around the world. They start up economic hits this way. They're doing that against our own nation right now because they're worried that we're too strong for our own britches and could take them down, especially with a leader like me. Hey, you want to know about the 13th Amendment, the first one? Well, back in pre-Civil War, there was a 13th Amendment on the books for about 45 years. Many people don't know this. But there was a pre-Civil War, there was an amendment preventing attorneys from becoming politicians and running for office. But they finally, through the Civil War, these they create wars, these elitists do. They seed wars. Albert Pike was instrumental in starting the Civil War. He actually helped fund both sides of the Civil War, which ultimately took our country down and got rid of that 13th Amendment. But it originally prevented attorneys from becoming government officials, because attorneys have dual allegiances. They have an allegiance to our country and also to the Bar Association out of England. So because we fought a war against England a couple times, we didn't want any cross-contamination of their allegiances to the bar playing into this. Well, now over 60% of the senators and congressmen are attorneys. So it was a total failure of the first 13th Amendment when they got rid of it. That's where we're at today. That's exactly why they had the Civil War, to get rid of things like the 13th Amendment and then bring on the new one, the anti-slavery one. That's right. Albert Pike is the only Confederate military officer with an outdoor statue in D.C. Barack was an attorney, but he couldn't practice law anymore, and neither can Michelle. I think Michelle ought to do a line dance. He really is good, swinging his body around, in front of the cameras. Some people have been envious of how big Michelle's penis is. Have you seen this? Yeah, Michelle's a dude. If you didn't realize that, listen to Joan Rivers. She died telling people the truth.
And do you think that the country will see the United States will see the first gay president or the first woman president?
We already have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
You know Michelle is a trans.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
Pecker alert. Pecker alert. Pecker alert. The First Lady has a penis!
We have a problem here. She is not what you see.
Okay. All right, let's see what we can do here. Yeah, well, Joan Rivers wasn't getting the approval of Michelle. This is back when Michelle didn't want anyone to know. I think now she's more inclined, now that she has all this money in the Cayman Islands, snaked away by her wonderful husband, and now they're facing possible divorce. I think neither one of them cares about whether people believe she's a dude or not. She's not likely going to run in 2020, although you never know. The first tranny could become president. I think the elitists would love that to happen. It's kind of like they're laughing at all of us. That not only do they put a homosexual Muslim in the White House with a transsexual wife, or transgender wife, because I don't think Michelle had her penis removed, as evinced by that picture. They're now thinking maybe putting a transsexual in the White House as president. So, yeah, they're laughing at us. That's what's going on. I mean, if you want to know what it's like to be an elitist in one of your castles, while the rest of us, are watching our entire world collapse around us, you just have to take a look at me now. Oh, that's so funny, the way that the humans are actually trying to save the planet. Little do they know that we could just pull the plug on their entire existence. Ha 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 ha. Yes, and they're so how do you say it, mindless of the chemicals being dumped on their heads while we poison their planet, and they're so useless. They actually believe that they have representation as Democrats or Republicans. Ha 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 ha. Sorry. I'm just kind of channeling into the mindset of these people. Did you catch Podesta speaking about fake news? No, I don't listen to Podesta. Does he have like a Sirius radio show? John Podesta speaks about how he's been yelling at children on Sirius radio. Yeah, we don't know why John Podesta was yelling at those kids that he was in that. That was the weirdest thing ever. I'll play it for you, but it just freaks me out. But here is Podesta talking about fake news. Of course he's talking about fake news. He doesn't want anyone to investigate him or his brother and the dastardly deeds that they do. No, hardly. He squirms when he talks about Pizzagate and James Alefantis, bombshell. Wow, thank you for that link. Mr. Tekwala brought the link
Fake
to
news is another, just as we've learned about just how crucial technological infrastructure is to the integrity of our electoral process. We've also learned that technology has created a whole new news ecosystem, one in which this phenomenon of fake news has exploded. Donald Trump uses the phrase fake news essentially to apply to any story he doesn't like or any poll that he disagrees with. But you had a different experience of fake news in a purer sense of what fake news was. I just want to talk about, just tell us about that. When fake news became part of your life in the course of the campaign, when you started noticing it and what you did about it.
Yeah. It's interesting because it's subterranean in large part. It shows up in the Facebook news feed, but you don't see it because it's not, if anything, it's being debunked in the mainstream media. So in those sources of news, it's you don't touch and feel it as much as maybe you'd imagine. But it's sinister. And it's a kind of vile stream that's running under the ground that begins to really, I think, have its effect, take its toll, and obviously the worst conspiracies were culminated in the so-called Comet Pizza episode.
Yeah, this is a classic example of how they want to hide in plain sight. This is a classic example of that. In fact, let's take a look at the audio clip of the voice of a person who sounds just like John Podesta torturing children. Listen to this. And look at the comparison to his actual voice.
You think you're hot shit, don't you? You think you're hot shit, don't you? You think you're hot shit, don't you? You will call me. You will call me. You will call me. Say it again.
Just get lost. Just get lost. Just get lost.
So we pretty much know something's very, very messed up. I believe that John Podesta is doing cover stories with some puppet-headed, bubble-headed idiot who has no idea that fake news is just a cover-up for the real investigation going on. But thank you very much for that link on John Podesta. I'll look at that further tonight. Yeah. A lot of good videos to put together here. Yo, Dave, do you wonder why Podesta has been quiet since Trump won? Yeah. I'm wondering if Trump fired or if Mike Flynn resigned because he did uncover the Podesta links to Pizzagate. What's the link about the unspeakable video? That's the video that shows graphic images of kind of a stained glass images of kids behind a scene with the voice that we just played you, yelling and screaming and torturing the children. I'd rather not get into that detail right now because it is so horrifying for people. It's like people have to take and assimilate this stuff slowly. You can't just sink your teeth into a massive 72-ounce steak in Amarillo. You got to eat it slowly. No pun intended. But this is a very big thing to swallow for a lot of people. To even think that people are killing children is just, it's hard to even handle it. I know. The point of the matter is, these people don't want to talk about the Pizzagate story. Neither does Donald Trump, which makes you wonder what's going on with him. Well, nope, you're not late for anything. The Trump removed the bathroom tranny thing was a non-starter. I mean, I've always said that transsexual bathrooms was a waste of our time. So making that maneuver is just, it's sensible. Hey, we got Ashton Kutcher on your side, Dave. You like celebs? Yeah, Ashton Kutcher is putting together a plan for a worldwide awakening of child molestation and human trafficking. Ashton Kutcher is definitely doing some good work in this department. Yeah, Amarillo is one of the nicest cities in Texas, in my opinion. Yeah, it's a great stop-off on the way through Albuquerque and Oklahoma City. You get a little sampling of Texas there in Amarillo. Yeah, well, Ashton's claiming he's led to the arrest of 4,000 pedophiles already, which is good. No, Sarah came into the show earlier for 2 different events. She's retired for the evening. Yeah, she gives me like a full hour break almost. Yeah, I know. I'm a little bit bored too. I think the background is what's killing my my happiness. Looking at the death and destruction is just not fun. Yeah, we're gonna have to end the end. I was playing some pretty cool video earlier, but you know, how many times can you watch this show? Like all night long. Man, she can dance. Yeah, she can shake it. So we play that, and for those people who are in the mood for sex. Sorry. I know. Well, if you've given up sex in life, that's good. At least you can, you know, hope that sometime in the future you might have a wet dream or something. I think very few people have those. Here's something that'll really turn you on.
One of the things that we love to do when we're working out and warming up or we're getting ready to box or do things like that is to jump rope. When you're jumping rope, you don't want to come off the floor too high. It's not that much of an impact exercise if you only come up off the floor just enough to see the light. You want to make sure you keep your elbows tucked in. You don't want to use a whole arm swing. Just nice and easy turns of the wrist. And
yeah, I thought this would really, you know, get you guys going. A lot of you are attracted to transgenders. I thought this would be perfect for you. Oh, did you see a little depression there in the... Yeah, I see a little extra cleavage there, right in the groin area. Yeah, let's zoom in on it. What do you say? Zooming in on groin of Michelle Obama. Yes, we have an unnatural largeness. I really don't care anymore. I mean, we got an even worse president now, so let's talk about him. What do you say we talk about what's in the sex tapes? That'll be the discussion. What are the sex tapes of? 4chan claimed that they were of urination. Well, thanks to having Donald Trump as our president, the doomsday clock just moved forward to 2.5 minutes to midnight. Yeah, having a loose-lipped, a dangerous disinformation artist like Donald Trump, who lies incessantly, has put us at a very, very vulnerable position with his fingers, his stubby little fingers, close to the doomsday clock, the possible nuclear football being ready to go. Putin did an assessment of Trump, and they found out that Trump is very naive. And they also believe that Trump doesn't understand how serious Putin is. He's not a man who likes to be friends. And I made that assessment a long time ago. No, Trump won't bring jobs anywhere but to his pocketbook. He's just ordering 23 work visas for illegal aliens to come in. Yeah, the hands of death. You're smoking Afghan Kush. Wow. The fact that a doomsday clock exists is messed up, Tech Wallace says. What's even more messed up is that it's in the hands of man. Man, who will push the buttons? I hear you, man. Man, I hear you, man. Man. I know. Last night we found out the Swedish were detaining... Swede was detained after Barcelona police fired on a stolen butane gas tank. Yeah, I didn't know the Swedish were known for acting terrorists. You know, it's just weird. But in Barcelona, this happened yesterday. Video shows police at the scene of the shooting. Wow, you found out a lot of information. I've got the arduous task of categorizing these, putting all these in our playlist now. Here it is. The content does not seem to be working. Okay, cancel that one. Russia has Donald Trump's by the short hair. In Russia, they were recently hashtag Trump Nash has gone viral in Russia, meaning Trump is ours. So apparently Russia knows something we don't, but it's been revealed. Mr. Trump. President Trump has long expressed a desire for improved relations with Moscow. But why? Trump simply doesn't see that Putin is a threat to the U.S. Yeah, U.S. intelligence agencies believe Russia has compromising personal and financial information on the president-elect. Yeah, that story never really went anywhere. We're finding out. We'll see what happens. This is almost unbelievable that they haven't arrested him. He is posing a huge national security risk. The Department of Justice is not even giving him intel reports right now until they figure this out. Believe me, everything Trump's doing suggests that he's already had the play where the Russians threatened to reveal the sex tapes, so he has to do what they tell him to do. Their first order of business is to have his attorney Cohen promote the idea of replacing Poroshenko, the leader of Ukraine, with Artemenko, a guy who is just some businessman who thinks he's like the next Donald Trump in Ukraine, who is very pro-Russian.
Done growing some lettuce and Russian.
Very strange indeed. I'm not making up any news. I'm sure they do. Well, they already have images that are very similar to my body part. Other men have similar body parts. You love my impressions, thanks. Yeah, I have a body part similar to other men that are famous in porn. I'm not into porn. You just take any one of those famous body parts and apply it to me. Ukraine is one of the worst nations for human trafficking. I believe you're right. Well, not really. I'm trying to make it famous. It's a plan to promote my body part. It's the promotemybodypart.com site I'm buying. If you don't have that site, don't get it, okay? Because I want to get it as soon as I get offline here. I'm going to go order it. All right, whatever. Even my bad humor isn't working tonight. You know, I cannot believe that the dirty tape that they have on him is him being urinated on. What if the tape is worse than that? What if he's with a younger boy, for instance? What if he is with a younger girl, for instance? Yeah, that would derail his campaign, don't you think? He could talk his way out of almost any weird porno reveal besides those things. My concern is that his recent attempt to have his attorney Cohen push for a side deal on Ukraine is absurd. This is why General Flynn resigned. And he's still up to it. Trump is still pushing this goal, which looks like a Russian-driven plan to replace Poroshenko with Artemenko. Sounds like some sort of a weird back alley Broadway play. Is it wrong? I'm imagining them lying side by side in gayness. It's wrong for you to think about anything. You didn't get the memo. You're not allowed to think. Nope, Sarah and I are very puritanical. That's the best way I describe us. We're kind of like puritanical Puritans. A mere 200 billion? Whatever. You know, if Putin's just in this to pat his own pocket, I feel sorry for him. I really do. That's pathetic. Being rich and materialistic doesn't really go well with leadership. I've never had sex with anyone, not even myself. I've often wondered why I'm not attracted to myself, but then I look down and I realize I can't even see my penis. My belly is so huge. I have a video I'll play for you. The I am not a porno star video. Well, let's be clear. We were told by Mark tonight that we can't in any way reveal the blackface video.
My fellow Americans, as I stand before you today.
So all I can do is, when I talk about blackface, I can only hold this up and say, yeah, remember when I did a blackface video? So he's effectively telling me I can't play the blackface GIF that I made. Yeah.
Hey, how you doing, buddy? Living large, man.
Hi, Sarah. How are you?
How's that? Better? Well, so this is the problem. We are trying to promote... Yeah, isn't that good? I'm good, man. That's why I gave up a career in voiceover to be here with you right now. Yes. This is a funny video. I did it on the fly in 2 minutes. There is no editing on this. It's just boom, 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 cut to the chase. I'll give you a chance to take a look at it.
Hi, I'm David John Sponheim, and I want to be your president. People are asking me every day on our blog TV show, are you like a porn star or something? And I've got to tell you, man, I am not a porn star. What happens when a president has to answer the ultimate question? Are you a porn star? And the answer is, like, from Nixon's point of view, is, I want to make this perfectly clear. I am not a porno star. Or maybe if you were Jimmy Carter would have said, I think that Rosalind and I are not engaged in any behavior like that. I did lust after Playboy magazine, though. Or maybe Ronald Reagan, the guy who pushed Jimmy Carter aside and showed us what true presidents are like. Ronald Reagan.
Well, I'm sure Nancy and I wouldn't have approved of that, but it would have been awfully fun.
Or,
Mr. Gorbachev, take down your pants.
Or could it be like George H.W. Bush? 1,000 women I didn't do. Or America is a new world odor. Or Bill Clinton. I never had sexual relations on camera. But or something maybe even more contemporary, like George W. Bush, you know? People die fighting for porno. Laura and I never did that. So what if Barack Obama said, make no mistake about it, I'm not a porno star. Could you advance the teleprompter? Okay. I think this guy should admit to having never been a porno star either. Ooh.
Yes. So somebody Somebody said, why don't you do these videos anymore? Censorship. Yeah, we're not allowed to do videos anymore. They don't ever get any hits. So we gave up. I gave up. I used to do a video every week called Countdown to Economic Collapse. And I did it all the way up until when the economy started to really collapse, when they did the sequester. And I stopped doing it for real because the hit counter went from 20,000 hits a week to 20. In one single move, Google suppressed all of our new videos. So I had no other option. Hey, Dave. When's the show start?
Yeah, good buddy. What's going on, man? So anyways, man, so what time's the show gonna get going here?
Yeah. He definitely has that thing down. That's the only funny thing he thought of. And he thought it was so funny he'd do it over and 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 over until it became unfunny. They say if you tell a joke 27 times, people start laughing. I don't know, man. I wouldn't tell that joke more than once. Why won't these a-holes attack you? You got 10K on you at all times. So you're waiting for people to attack you? Yeah, so you walk around with $10,000 waiting to get mugged? That's pretty sad, man. Have you ever seen a mugging in real life or been a party to it? It's not funny. I've seen people getting killed in parking lots outside of large shopping centers. They weren't killed right away, but the head wound from a gun butt could definitely cause permanent damage to your brain. I can't play the blackface video. He said he can't. His sponsors won't approve. Mark is making too much money on this website, and he claims, now get this, he claims that the VIP thing, the basic package doesn't have VIP status in it. So how many of you people are paying $9.95 a month for access to this site? Because I can't tell how many of you have VIP. Is anybody in here paying $9.95 a month? I'm talking to you, Sack Printer. Any of you? As a sample swash of our chat room. Nope. So in other words, we don't have one person in the category of the basic VIP plan who Mark says he's making all this money from in our chat room right now. You are? 287? So you are paying $9.95 a month to get in here? Okay, we have one person. This tells me a lot. This is a swash of a sampling of the people. Yeah, Bitcoin's almost at 1,200. Bankers are mad. The ETF will soon be approved. One way or the other, the time to buy is now. They'll either raise or dip after the ETF news so the big guys can dive in and buy. You're right, Techwalla. You've been following Bitcoin since its beginning. DOD leaked video vaccine that modifies behavior. Oh yeah, Pentagon. Yep, I play this all the time. Yep, that's the leak video. I've got that one deep down. Yeah, they've identified the VMAT2 gene, which controls the ability of your mind to think independently of others. If you open the viewer list, you can see who's VIP. Yeah, but believe me, I don't have any VIPs in here. You can't. According to Mark, he has this this basic VIP plan where you don't have any kind of an indication. He's got this BS line that he's spinning, in my opinion. And he says he's not even censoring our show and that nobody ever encounters a capacity server screen when they come to our site. He said that never happens on your site. You see what I'm dealing with here? Total deception. I can't believe that he expects me to believe that everybody's got a basic plan. They're funding his brand new car and his brand new truck. I mean, what a joke. Don't cry for me, Argentina. Circle.com is garbage. It's why they stopped selling. Also, they're garbage because they banned me for sending me bits for gambling purposes. Oh, so you've been buying at Circle.com? Now, how would they know that I'm gambling? Interesting, eh? Yeah. Making money on Bitcoin. Tekwala, I'm telling you, you ought to do a show, from Chicago. Talking about how to make money on Bitcoin. I mean, you could seriously clean up on AdSense dollars. You could become an AdSense whore. Maybe even a prostitute. Well, that's what I'm saying. Mark has people believing that they're all signed up to the VIP basic plan. I mean, come on, Mark. We don't got more than one person who claims to be a VIP basic user. I mean, this is ridiculous. I can't believe the guy is like stone-faced telling me these things. Well, let's be clear. What was the picture of Donald Trump in a compromising position in the Moscow apparent hotel room that Obama was in? And when are we going to see the videotape that Alefantis and a known transsexual porno star on YouTube did with Barack Obama and Michelle? I'm not kidding. 5 different incidences are recorded at the White House in which James Alefantis, which means in French, I love children. I don't personally have a thing for children. But the real weird thing is these guys were going as guests into the White House, filming with Barack and Michelle and a porno star, a transsexual porno star. I mean, what's going on? Yeah, when's that going to surface? I mean, did the Illuminati force Michelle to do Barack just for laughs? I mean, you got to wonder. Hey, just because I ride the free servers to get millions and millions of viewers doesn't make me a bad guy, okay? They just cut you off for no reason? Well, you said you paid for the service. Yeah. Oh, God, I can't look at Trump anymore. This is too much for me. Well, if our country is being used as collateral against the Russians revealing the sex tape to the world audience, the best move Putin could make right now would be to reveal the sex tape to the world audience. That would completely wake up the entire population of human beings. Now, we know that sex tape is real. That's no conspiracy. Are you giving betting tips here? I wouldn't recommend that. Yeah. Why are you giving betting tips here? Don't do that, please. Gotta do a lot to get your face on a quarter, Dave. Yeah. Yeah, this isn't like Tony Montana's, hook me up kind of site. You know what I'm talking about? Say hello to my little friend. Okay. You want to make a lot of money? Okay. I'm not here to do that. I don't need money. I realized I could live on rice and beans the rest of my life and be perfectly fine. He's not your president, no. He's actually your dominatrix. And you're supposed to suck him off. Yeah. Trump doesn't look like a president to me. He looks like a scumbag waiting for change. He doesn't have presidential appeal at all. I had to mute 610. Thank you, yes. Remember the scene where Scarface walks into this unbelievable hotel room where Hector and Marta are sitting on the couch, and Hector says, "Oh, hello, meet Marta," and then Scarface says, "Hola, Marta." Marta had a gun underneath the pillow, and then they proceed to hack off his friend's leg in the shower, and you hear this background, "Another leg, huh?" And you know that Tony's going to do something, He's going to take the bull by the horns, man. You know what I'm talking about? Okay. Really? You live in an apartment building in Florida exactly like the one where the chainsaw scene happened? Sack printer. Well, that's got to freak you out sometimes. Did I say suck him off? No. I never said that. You're promoting Cloud Bet. You seriously? I mean, come on, man. Who cares? Why are you helping people? You got your own tricks. Keep them to yourself, buddy. Dave'sUsedCars.com. Go see Cal, go see Cal, go see Cal. If you want to buy a car, go see Cal. If you want to make a bet, go see Techwalla. Taking bets, man. I don't understand you, man. This is not the venue for that. Well, I could sell cars. You're right. I have that ability to sell anything. The problem is I'm not a salesman. That's a significant problem. I hate sales. Always be closing. You know, like Glengarry Glen Ross. Have you seen the movie? It's all about sales. I don't like that whole approach. I've seen a lot of salespeople in my day, and I can see the soft sales are the better sales. The ones that come on hard, like when you walk in, it's like a boiler room. Come on, you got to make a deal. Seriously, I know of places now. If you're looking for a car, I know of places that actually trick people into thinking there's somebody at the table making a deal on that car. I absolutely saw one recently where I walked in on a situation where I was making an inquiry into a vehicle, and the guy says, "Oh, it just so happens somebody else is bidding on that same car, man, right here." And they had two bag people sitting at the desk, and they turned, he's going, "Yeah, we're making an offer right now." And I said, "No, I'm not that interested in this used car, but thank you." I couldn't believe it. It was like a boiler room. They had hired bag people to pretend like somebody was buying that car to beat them. And the slick guy comes out there and says, "Yeah, you could get in on this deal too right now. If you get in on it, we might consider your offer, you know." Man, the economy sucks. When you got to be muscled into a sale at some car dealership. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You worked at 12 dealerships in IT. It was funny. People can believe anything, I guess. Yeah, I don't think that's working for you, man. Take that thing out of your mouth that you're sucking on, and yeah, tell your mom you're going to give that up.
Yeah, good buddy. What's going on, man? Anyways, man. So what time's the show gonna keep going here?
God. The sound of stalkers. Okay.
Fake news is.
So this is top stuff. We're going to be featuring the Podesta squirming interview at the top of the hour here. Very weird stuff. Thanks for the link, Techwalla. That was well worth it. I did not know that this existed. Unbelievable. The things that we have to watch just to keep abreast of what's happening in the alternate news area. What the hell's that? Yeah, are you in the chat room over there?
Napoleon marching towards Moscow, or Hitler in his Russian campaign, or our own Pacific Fleet trying to understand typhoons and use them for our strategic advantage. War and weather are very closely connected, and they've been connected ever since about 1812 or so, maybe earlier.
War and weather, yeah, so true. And JFK the Smoking Gun, a 1 hour and 21 minute video tonight. That looks really good. We'll be playing that in the evening. Yeah, we don't want to waste your time. So one of the ways we're going to solve the waste problem in America is to produce our own homegrown healthcare with lower costs, because we'll have people working for set wages and set costs for services. Trump has no plan like that. We will bring in more public doctors into our public hospitals and nonprofit hospitals, and thereby lower the costs that Medicaid and Medicare has to pay out. We're also going to trim the military budget by as much as 50%. And in the process, we could actually get you guys enough money to help stimulate the economy with a $400 per month plan for every U.S. citizen. And that's the Rothschild family. Wow, I got a lot of videos lined up tonight. Big time. Big time video night here at the OK Corral. Welcome, folks, to Android Central. I'll be your host. We're selling Androids right now. If you want any one of these fine Androids, put your name in the bid and we'll be able to put your silent auction together. If you find any of these attractive, feel free to...
All right. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Feel free to add your name to the list of people that want these fine high-end Androids. And yes. Now, what could go wrong with Donald Trump's choices for the cabinet? Well, he's put ExxonMobil at State, Goldman Sachs at Treasury, fast food at Labor, anti-gay at Attorney General, king of bankruptcy at Commerce, public education foe at Education, World Wrestling Entertainment at the Small Business Association, climate change denier at the EPA, and Mitch McConnell's wife at Transportation. What could go wrong with a swamp as nice as this? Thanks, Donald Trump. Thanks for patting the entire cabinet with a bunch of cronies and corporate pigs. You're special. Bastard Films and TV presents The Dark Side of Chocolate tonight, a documentary. Wow, we got a lineup. Big time. I'll break away and go do the evening thing with Sarah. Mark is getting rich on us, and he claims that he's not doing anything. I just can't stand liars, if he indeed is lying. A lot of shootings in Chicago today. Tech Wallace says early today a woman got shot accidentally because her car matched up with a vehicle they were initially after. So the cops just shot a random woman in her car because it was a match. Wow, this is sad. Apparently, it's a case of mistaken identity, and the brutal cops in Chicago haven't made any modifications to their insane brutality. 59 degrees in wintertime in Chicago. Is that not the weirdest thing? Apparently, two nearly identical vehicles have been involved in something. Damage by gunfire in an apparent case of mistaken identity in the south suburbs of Chicago.
New details tonight, an expressway shooting that could have cost an innocent woman her life. That woman's car, one of two that was hit.
Tragic. Well, I guess that's all we got. That's all she wrote. Yeah, I had no idea. People told me that he bought a Rolex, but when I found out that his mother had said that they didn't have two new cars, or that one was on payments, yeah, Mark cleared it all up. He bought a new car and a new truck for his dad. He really did. Yeah, he's making money somewhere, and he claims it's coming from basic VIP. And I don't see anybody here who's a basic VIP user. So all I have to assume is he's lying about the money stream. Yep. And I think Scruffy didn't tell the truth either. What's going on with his family? Do they get into this whole thing of mistruth? It's a dandy. I know. Yeah. No, now people are making up embellishing stories. Well, maybe he took out debt, 2 new vehicles. What can I say? Well, I don't know what corporation is he running. His mom said he's running. I mean, Vaughn is a corporation, I guess, I'm assuming. Yeah, there's no evidence Mark has a Rolex. That was a lie. There's no evidence that he has a Bayliner, a 28-foot Bayliner. That was a lie. But the new car and new truck, that was not. That really is happening. The people section sucks on here lately. Too much curating. I agree. It sucks big time. You hear that sucking sound? That's the people section here on the site. Okay. Hey, how you doing? We will feature the Snoopy dance a little bit later. California City passes unanimous resolution to impeach Trump. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. The algebra has a very, very fun. Oh, sorry. California City passes unanimously. Oh, yeah. They're going to impeach Trump. The city of Richmond, California, a relatively poor industrial community on the eastern side of the San Francisco Bay, voted unanimously on Tuesday evening in favor of a resolution calling for the impeachment of Donald Trump. That's right. A resolution in support of this impeachment. The grounds would be the president's alleged links to his private business holdings. Good reason, yeah. Critics have claimed that these create conflicts of interest and possibly violate the Constitution's emoluments clause. The emoluments clause prevents people from accepting gifts of foreign donations. Although there's no evidence that Trump has benefited from conflicts of interest, I disagree. In fact, he's making money right now, $165,000 per suite to lease out space to the Secret Service that's guarding Melania. Thank you very much, 734. Yeah, apparently $169,000 a month for the CIA or the Secret Service or whoever's guarding Melania, I guess the Secret Service, to stay there at the Trump Plaza. And the weird thing is that same room sold for $35,000 a month, leased for $35,000 a month. Now it's $169,000 a month. Just about a year ago. Isn't this unbelievable? This guy's getting away with this. I mean, our country is so corrupt, it's not even funny. It is bizarre. And they're getting away with it. That's why he didn't want a salary of $400,000 a year. Because he can make a lot more simply by selling security space for Melania and Barron to be hundreds of miles away. Check this out. The story that I'm talking about right now, brought to you by a great link. Thank you for providing that. Trump Tower security may take over 2 floors and cost millions. See what I mean? So he's leasing out the space of the required personnel necessary to guard Melania and Barron because Barron has to go to a private school? So remember the $365 million we have to pay out for security for Melania and Barron? He's profiting from this. What a scam. It's a circular scam. It's unbelievable. The Secret Service is in negotiations with the Trump Organization to take over 2 vacant floors in the gilded 68th-story Fifth Avenue Tower, law enforcement officials say. The federal agency and the NYPD plan to run a 24/7 command post out of the space that would be housed at least 40 floors below Trump's $90 million penthouse triplex, where Melania and Barron continue to reside at least through the spring. Oh my, our American people must realize that our country is being fleeced by this corrupt money grabber named Donald Trump. I just cannot believe that we're falling for this. He probably told Melania that he doesn't want her at the White House, so just make up some mumbo-jumbo story about Barron, because he wants to make money on the lease space on the security force. Plus, Melania doesn't like to be batted around. Or is she being batted around? That's the question. I'm not losing sleep over it. Yeah, Melania may stay in New York City. Why is she so afraid of being around Trump? She says she may stay in New York City and never move to the White House. This is according to U.S. Weekly. Wow.
Living apart. We know President Donald Trump is living in Washington, D.C., while First Lady Melania Trump is in New York City. But that living situation may be permanent. A source tells us they could go either way right now. They will ultimately do what's best for Barron.
I keep him balanced and just have him a childhood as normal as possible. I just want to have him out of the spotlight for now.
The 10-year-old is completing the school year in New York, with a source telling us Donald and Melania will reevaluate toward the end of the school year if they will keep this arrangement.
Melania
has a big job back in New York taking care of
She
Barron.
does, yes.
Does it make it a lonely place for you at the end of the day?
No, because I end up working longer, and that's okay.
For the time.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, sure, Donald, we know you're a scam. You're trying to make money on the Trump Tower, leasing it out. What a scammer. Can you believe this guy? Unbelievable. I doubt they're even, seriously involved romantically. I think she's just afraid of getting slapped around. Yeah. Do you see the way she cringed when they were at the event down in Melbourne, Florida, that Trump paid people to attend? He had a Craigslist ad saying he'd give people cash vouchers and gifts if they came to his support in Melbourne, Florida last week. I mean, unbelievable. Hey, the FCC is abandoning safety. They're pushing an untested 5G network on our system. Yeah, as if it couldn't be any worse. No, I'm not butthurt, dude. It makes me sick that you people think that this guy's not scamming you and screwing you over. You're such idiots. You Republican Trump tards have such stupid minds. You have zero going on in your head. You can't even piece together getting hosed. You're the kind of people that get completely carjacked at gas stations because you leave your door open. Yeah, you're like brain dead, dude. Lock your door when you go to the gas station. You don't just go up and pay your bill. Somebody will jump inside and carjack you. I'm not kidding either. Yeah, I lived in LA. I know. Yeah, the scientific dictatorship marches on. There's no stopping it. The amount of electromagnetic waste in our field of energy, dirty energy they call it, is really seriously contributing to brain cancer.
Fuck this, I'm on Blog TV with my fucking hands up. I'm not started by fucking self. You fuck.
Wow. Yeah, I can see you're a little angry. Alex, I think it's time for a break. We're going to block you, man. Don't ever come back. You piece of vile crap.
Yeah.
Wow. What a worthless human being. We're not really sure what's beeping in the audio, but we're done over there. All right, we're going to wrap everything up. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it, everybody. We're aware of your sleep as well as my sleep, so here's an awkward high five at the inauguration from Melania. Let's take a look at that. And okay, let's play that again. Try not to cringe. Whoa. Did you see that? I'm getting better. It's a 6 or 7 day now on the flu. I walk around my area. A lot of people have the same cold that I had. It seems to be going on all over the place. Yeah, it looked like delayed autism. They're setting fires, the pipeline protesters at the Dakota Access Pipeline. They're going to plan on closing the camp, and people are setting fires in advance of that. Yeah, the Trump flu. Similar thing going around there. Yeah, it's going on everywhere. I think it's an airborne virus that they dumped on everybody. You've had 12 days in a row chemtrailing in the same spot for you, Billy Bush. I'm sorry, man. That's sad.
Well, tensions running high at the pipeline protest camp in North Dakota. Activists setting a huge fire as they fight to stay with a deadline to clear the site just hours away. National correspondent William LaJeunesse is live for us in Cannonball, North Dakota. William, what is going on here?
Well, Abby, let me tell you, the fire that you see in the distance, those are intentionally set, the idea being that it'll be easier to take those things out as ash than a bulldozer and a dump truck. But, you know, the protesters here, they lost when Donald Trump won. Donald Trump, of course, approved the pipeline that President Obama had halted. And that means, for all intents and purposes, the protest is over. And both the governor as well as the Standing Rock Sioux tribe have told the protesters to go home. It is over. The governor...
Oh, it's not over until it's over. I don't know if it's over at all.
Has an emergency evacuation order that takes effect today at 2 p.m. Now, two interesting caveats. There is going to be an amnesty bus. So protesters will be offered to get on that bus. They'll go to a transition center. We'll get a voucher for a hotel night and a bus ticket anywhere in the United States. Secondly, there'll be a ceremonial arrest for those individuals who want to be able to tell their friends that they were arrested, get a photo taken, put it on their social media sites. The cops will accommodate them for the next several days. Now, for the hardcore guys who want to be charged with a crime, we spoke to some of them. They said, well, we lost the war, but we don't regret the fight.
I'm terribly sad. I'm terribly sad. You know, it's not just a pipeline thing. You know, these people have been pushed around for centuries, right? They've been trampled over, you know.
According to state officials, you know, a lot of the protesters are frankly broke, and so they think it's the humane thing to do to give them the night in the hotel, the bus ticket, and to let them out. After all, Abby, this is North Dakota. People here are really nice. Abby?
Yeah, but they're asking them to leave because all that snow, as we can see behind you, it could melt, saying that it could cause flooding. How bad are those conditions?
Well, right now
they're drinking toxic water with chemical petroleum agents in it, so they're doing pretty well. So far, so good. The water protectors will be poisoned by the end of the evening due to the simple contamination of the Missouri River. And Pope Francis says the end is near, and he's pleading for a historic meeting with the Russian Patriarch. The end is near, according to Pope Francis. Wow. Oh, that's good to know that our spiritual leaders are so optimistic. Unbelievable. I just cannot believe people wake up in the morning and call themselves a clergy with that type of an attitude. People want guidance. They don't want anyone telling them the end is near. Jeez. Louise. Okay. Apparently Donald Trump is getting rid of all of his Pizzagate staffers and anyone who's related to them. Yeah, he doesn't want anyone to find out about his connection to Pizzagate. And Trump's immigration crackdown, this just came in earlier. This is a big story. It's going to cost an estimated $5 trillion to our economy over 10 years by simply cracking down on the immigrants like he is across the board. Yeah, it's sad, isn't it? Edward Snowden exposed using covert online infiltration techniques. Oh, okay. Pete Santilli. Wasn't Pete Santilli involved in the Lavoy Finicum shooting? I'll let him in on the. I'll play a little of his stuff. I don't know. Something about him just doesn't make sense. And somebody has a story about the NSA. Wow. Okay. Wow. We got lots of stuff, man. I don't know how you can keep up with all this. We were tracking the budgeting for Google online, and we found out some very interesting stats. Google claims that they make $2 billion from YouTube traffic per year. Daily revenue, monthly revenue. So they're claiming $2 billion in earnings from YouTube traffic. I don't believe it. I just don't believe that they make any money, because I don't know where people are. Let me ask anybody in the room, could anybody tell me if you've ever paid YouTube money? Are you part of the YouTube Red account? Have any of you paid YouTube any money? Seriously. Anybody? Just like I asked earlier if any of you are paying Vaughn's basic VIP thing. Just a general swash of people in here that may or may not, tell us if anybody pays YouTube any money. No. So you block ads on YouTube. So they're trying to claim that they're making $2 billion in AdSense revenue or something. You get paid to come here, I wouldn't doubt that. You know people that pay YouTube for game money? Okay. There's somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody. Thanks, Officer Mo. It just doesn't look to me like YouTube is really monetized. I don't believe that they're making $2 billion a year in revenue. I just don't believe it. It's just all BS. All right, we're signing off here. It's been a long day here at the OK Corral, Wasteful Wednesday. You've reached the end of Hump Day. We got a lot of videos lined up for us tonight for our edification. We've got the story that Russia is abandoning their hope for Trump. Early setbacks leave Russians wondering if Trump is tough leader they once believed. A lot of people are concerned that this is just the beginning. Maybe they know something in Russia about Trump that we don't know. Maybe they've seen the sex tapes. I don't know. Thanks. Good night, Mystify Me. Cool. Yes. Let's get this thing going. I wish I could just not look at all these fantastic links. Okay. Well, what if the sex tapes show, something unusual about Trump? Maybe a fetish, maybe something disturbingly weird, maybe, who knows? It can't really help America to have another president with his dick in some strange place. I never had sex with that woman, Monica Lewinsky. I didn't. I definitely did not have sex with Monica Lewinsky. I am playing the best speech tonight. It's just one of the many that we have, unfortunately. We've got one of the longest nights ahead of us for videos. I said the word dick. Is that okay? Like Dick Nixon. Tricky Dick. I'm almost ready to start new 4. It's ridiculous how many videos I have. The 1%, Rothschild family, JFK smoking gun. Starting out with the flight of the Conchords. Humans are dead. I haven't seen this. 3 minutes of this, and then 4 minutes of John Podesta talking about Pizzagate and James Elefantes as he sits and squirms in his chair. Thanks to Techwalla, we got that video too. So here we go. Let's get ready to rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. Good night, everybody. Take care.
Thank you. That's overwhelming. We're Flight of the Conchords. We're formerly New Zealand.